Yeah.
There we are. We are live.
Shout.
When no one can hear us.
Yeah.
There we are. We are live.
When no one can hear
Hi
us.
everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
Hello, beautiful people.
Welcome to the inaugural Nerdy Twitch stream. I hope everybody's going to enjoy themselves. We've got a few notices to start the stream, just to get a few things out of the way. The stream itself will be a family-friendly stream, so players and chatters, if we can keep language family-friendly, and whatnot. So we're part of the Nerdy brand. If you wouldn't say it in Nerdy, don't say it on the stream.
And even then.
We have some mods in the chat. We have Jinferno, we have Nerdkind, and somewhere, hopefully, we have. Yep, She's So Nerdy is in the chat. They are your mods for the stream. There won't be a whole lot of chat engagement from myself, if at all, because I'll be focusing on the DMing. So, any questions, ask the mods in the chat. There we are. So if you are chatting, please be aware that you will be watching the stream. You will be watching the Roll20 view from my perspective, from the DM's perspective, which means you may see things in the chat that the players are not aware of, or that the player characters are not aware of. They will be greyed out because there's a filter on it that shows what the players can see and what they can't, but you may still see them. If you do, please don't write anything in the chat, because most of the players are watching the chat and therefore will see what's going on.
Or you could tell us what's going on.
Behave.
No.
And
So-
anything with dragons, pre-warn us.
Jin and the other mods, there are a couple of commands that I've put in, so if you do !spoilers, it will post a thing in the chat saying that. There's also a lurk one that I've put in, but hopefully nobody's going to use that because we want people to watch us.
If you want to look, you can look.
Indeed.
But if my daughter's watching, get back to work. Right?
Nerdkind, try spoiler instead of spoilers. I set it up last night and it's been a whole 24 hours since, so I might have got it wrong. There we are. That's the one. So I'm going to hand over to Tom for a little bit because the Nerdy Crowdfunder finished today, and Tom has a little bit to say about that. So over to you, Tom.
Here I am down in my little box down here. It's good to see everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our inaugural Nerdy D&D live stream. There's going to be lots and lots of these every Friday night at 8 o'clock, and we're going to keep this going. But as Chris said, we are celebrating today the look at that, that's lovely, James. We are celebrating the fact that the crowdfunder has finished today, and you guys raised £10,000 for Nerdy and for the continuation of Nerdy Coffee Co. We could not be more grateful. We are so thankful for all of your love and support. It means the world to us. We want to be able to give you a little piece of Nerdy by getting a Twitch stream up and running, and we've got loads of exciting things coming up in the next few weeks that's going to hopefully be exciting for you guys to jump in on and join in on. So please be super engaged in the chat away. We would love to hear what you think is going to happen. And Chris is going to take us on a really, hopefully, very exciting story. I mean, I don't know. He might not. It might be rubbish. But we don't know. It's all a mystery, isn't it? But join us now for the next 4 hours of basically exciting D&D improvisation. So we'll see what happens. Let's go.
Awesome. We will, a little bit of timekeeping, we will be taking a break around about 10 o'clock. That's for both players and for viewers, for about 5 or 10 minutes. So players, hold your bladders until 10, and we'll have a scheduled stop. I think that's everything, and we are ready to get into the meat of it. We are going to be playing in the Iron Kingdoms, which is a steampunk fantasy setting by Privateer Press. For anybody who's heard of the games War Machine and Hordes, they are based in the Iron Kingdoms. There is 20 years now of background on the setting. There is another command in the chat, Iron King. What's it called? ! Iron Kingdoms, and that hopefully will give you a link if you want to follow it to find out a bit more about the setting. If you want to, it uses the D&D 5th edition rules. There was a recent Kickstarter that has not delivered yet because it only finished like 2 weeks ago. I'm jumping the gun slightly, and so therefore we are going to be using a little bit of homebrew to allow us to play some of the classes and some of the races from the Iron Kingdoms before they are officially released for 5th edition. But those the new Kickstarter uses D&D 5th edition with few alterations to represent the way that things are different within the Iron Kingdoms. Most of those we'll find out as we go along. And we will be playing the Witchfire Trilogy, which I found out was actually published just shy of 20 years ago. It was the first thing that Privateer Press released. It was their introduction to the Iron Kingdom setting, and it is about 2 weeks shy of 20 years old, which is really quite exciting. They've revamped it for 5th edition and they've continued the storyline on, but I wanted to start back at the very beginning and introduce my players to what is my favourite fantasy setting of all time. In
a weird kind of way, it's like an anniversary stream.
Yeah, definitely.
Happy anniversary, Witchfire.
With that in mind, we are going to pass over to each of the players to introduce you to their character a little bit, and find out a couple of lines about them, so that you've got a little clue. You should see on the stream above each player is their character token, so whenever we are on a battle map you can see who is who. And I will pass over to Mark, who is playing Arwen. Take it away.
Hello, my name's Arwen. I'm a gobbo. I'm only 3 foot tall, but that makes me quite a feisty little character. I don't remember my parents. I was brought up. I was adopted by some gnomes, and unfortunately, when I was 10, my mother died. My father kicked me out. I don't know why, but I found a group of wandering gypsies who were kind enough to take me in and train me in the art of acquisition. I have a favourite dagger called Clarence. Actually took it off somebody called Clarence, hence the name. And one of the first things I acquired to add to my toolkit. The only other worthy thing of note is this gold coin. It is part of the payment for the first acquisition that I was asked to do, and I keep it as a little memento of a job well done. I like shiny things, I don't like rules, and I don't like to see people getting put down. So I can be a little bit bouncy at times, but then I'm only 3 foot tall. Sometimes you have to jump to be seen, and I look forward to the adventure.
We will head over to James, who is playing Glint Bladesong.
Hello, I have a cat meowing if you can hear it. He's very... Anyway, I'm Glint Bladesong. I am a bard, juggler extraordinaire, and all-around fun guy. Dwarf, raised in rule, sort of had a normal upbringing, and then I sort of went around my entertaining ways with various different troops and entertainers, and I've done quite a bit of travelling around the world. Apart from, I never pay attention to where I'm going, so don't ask me about the locations of the maps. I haven't got a clue. I just go with the flow. My character is very slight for a dwarf, and the important thing to know about him is that he will always have his abs on show. Always. No matter what. He's very proud of them. And basically, you all love him. And that's the simple fact. Glint Bladesong is a lovable dwarf who likes to juggle knives.
So there was me completely forgetting that James asked if I could show the character portraits while they were describing them. So there is James. Also, there is Glint Bladesong, and
Good as that.
we will nip back and show you Arwen before we continue much further. This is Arwen. Now we will head over to Emma, who is playing Helga.
So I play Helga. She is a dwarf. She's 4'5", and she is from. I am not going to pronounce this word right.
Elsinburg.
Ilio. Oh, I'm going to say Ilio, but yeah, Elsinburg.
Elsinburg.
Which is south of Rome. She did a bit of travelling in her childhood, so her clan didn't settle for quite a few years. And then we eventually settled just outside Elsinburg. My father was a blacksmith. My mother was a fighter. I got chucked in. My brothers went and trained with my mother. I went and became a blacksmith. Yeah, she lost. She ended up losing both her father, her brothers, and her mother in clan battles. And yeah, she is married, but she won't speak much about it.
Awesome. That is Helga. Let's head over to Owen, who is playing Ingo Etheridge.
Yes. So, I'll be taking reins of Ingo Etheridge. He's a human bard, and I wrote a little bit of just a tiny bit of a thing for him. So, born to a family of noble warriors, Ingo never found a sword quite his weapon. Instead, he found a far greater weapon, the bagpipes. After being shunned and exiled by his family, Ingo used this opportunity to start anew. Travelling into the wilderness, Ingo found a home amongst a group of hill dwarves. These dwarves took him in as their own and taught him many skills. Ingo found family in dwarfkind, and this... I can't read my own writing. Let me start again. So, Ingo found family in dwarfkind. For this, he had a particular admiration for all dwarves. The day came where Ingo decided that it was time for him to venture out on his own so the world could hear the tunes of his bagpipes. So lots of bagpipes.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We shall now head over to Tom, who is playing Solix Darkroot. If you don't mind, Tom, I will just start out with, he is a Trollkin, which is one of the unique races for the Iron Kingdoms. It is akin to a half-orc in D&D. It's similar in its in-game properties, but they are much bigger. Tom, take it away.
Hello, I am Solix Darkroot. I am a 8-foot tall Trollkin paladin. I have a war hammer. I have a very large shield, and I believe everything happens for a reason. I grew up in the urban side of things, although I do love the forest, as you can see, and I spend most of my time protecting people. I believe fully that I have been put on this planet to protect. So I get in the way wherever there is danger. That's about it for Solix. Solix is fairly simple. He's really big. He's really big. He's about 8 foot tall. He's blue. I mean, you can see from the picture, he's a fairly hench-looking dude, much like myself. And you know, we have a lot of things in common. But the thing that Solix cares about most is looking after people. So he has a kind and good heart. He is a good person, a good Trollkin. If you were to see him, you'd perhaps think otherwise because he's terrifying. But ultimately, under all of that terrifying, he's good sort.
Fantastic. And we will now head over. We'll head over to Jace, who is playing Tok.
Good evening. My character is Tok. He's got a longer name, but I can't pronounce it. I don't know why I chose it. He is a gobber gun mage. I do these things for keep me active. He's a gobber gun mage, so he grew up in an urban environment. He was a son of an engraver, and hence become an apprentice engraver himself. He enjoys engraving. However, he puts his all into engraving guns, and any spare money he had, he put away to buy himself a couple of guns. He's engraved on these guns and made them himself, and he's noticed a few little special things that happen with his guns when he puts certain engravings on there, but he's keeping them to himself. So as the years went on, he saw his old man get a bit more reserved and become a bit more conservative in his views, a bit more into himself, and he didn't like this. So he wanted to venture out and do his own thing, and that's what we've bought him. He's a young boy. He's 12, which in Gobber years is quite middle-aged. It's like 25 to 30 in Gobber years. So yeah, he's young, he's inexperienced, he's looking for fun and money and more guns and adventure and more guns.
Always more guns.
Yes.
Fantastic. So that is our cast of characters. And we shall get right into it. They have been... What was that?
I was just very excited. It begins. The adventure begins, everyone. The adventure begins.
It begins, and they've in the chat they've already been debating how long your voice is going to last, Tom.
I think that's it's good, isn't it? It's exciting. It's part of the fun. Is next week when I'll be like, yeah, Solix has decided that he's actually just going to talk like this.
When's second breakfast?
11's.
Right. So, you, as a party, have been hired by the Merchants Guild in Fellig to guard a caravan on the treacherous route to Corvus. The journey takes more than 2 weeks and passes through rocky mountain passes, dense forests and swampy lowlands. For your services, you are to be paid 25 gold pieces each at the end of your journey. After chasing the rising sun for many days, the ordeal is near an end. Corvus is only half a day's ride away through Widower's Wood. The trip has been without incident so far. Let's pop.
It's been quite easy, this mission, hasn't it? Just lovely.
I think you should call it there, don't you? Successful.
That was a roaring success.
Where's the money?
There we go. So... Easy money, I shouts Gunnar Waddock, the caravan's leader, from his position at the front of the caravan. If only all my trips twixt Fellig and Corvus were so painless. The caravan consists of 5 wagons, with 4 pack horses bringing up the rear. Gunnar sits atop the lead wagon with his driver, a sour, quiet human called Vigo. The other 4 wagons each have 1 driver, and the pack horses are tied to the last wagon. Our adventurers have spread themselves out to guard the convoy, with Solix marching ahead, feeling the entire convoy needs protecting solely by himself.
I will defend us from anything that might be directly in front of us.
Gunnar, can I ask again, why am I sitting with you? I wanted to sit in the back. I don't know why am I here?
I think you're aware of that, Arwen. We've had you in the convoy for 2 weeks now, and I've come to realise you're fairly light, aren't you? Light-fingered, I should say.
Well, no, that's unfair. I just liberate things other people don't want, and sometimes they don't know they don't want them.
Well,
but that's not my fault.
I think you'll find that this convoy does want all of its supplies. And
clear, to be honest with you.
And those supplies are to last the whole journey for the whole convoy.
Even that really slow one at the back?
Even that really slow one at the back, yes.
Okay, understood.
So, as you are travelling, the Black and twisted trees join overhead, starting to cut out the early afternoon sun. With any luck, there we go. With any luck, the player's vision will now have been cut. Sort of. For those people watching the stream, all this blue area here represents the character's dark vision. And with 5 out of the 6 players having dark vision, it kind of illuminates most of the map. The players, however, have a slightly more restricted view because they can only see what each other can see. If I show those, as an example, this is Tok's current vision.
Can confirm.
So, as you continue, the twisted trees, they join overhead, and it cuts out that light into a gloom. But each wagon has a small torch on it, and so there's light around the path, and directly overhead there's a little bit of space for light to come down through the trees. So you can see the path, but your vision of the surrounding area is dramatically cut down. In the darkness, the only sounds are the rattle of the wagons and the buzzing of insects. The horses are straining to pull the wagons through the muck, which is over a foot deep in spots. The thin mist that permeates this swampy forest is thickening into a dense fog with every step. After a minute, you can barely make out the other wagons and horses. Only a few more hours of this and you'll arrive in Corvus. So, the fog appears to be approaching from the north.
Oh, isn't it foggy?
And is obscuring your vision any deeper than about 10 feet into the tree line. It only appears to be coming from the north. It's not completely enveloping you. It is progressing towards you. Almost as if the fog is moving rather than you're walking into the fog.
Do we get any feeling of, concern or, slight fear or just a chill?
Well, I mean, fog doesn't often move that much. It normally descends and then you walk into it. So there's something that's not quite... I don't know. It's not necessarily a concern, but there's just something that sits there that's not quite right.
Okay.
I jump from one pack horse to the other, further away from it.
Cool.
Just because I'm scared.
I think we should alert everybody to be more alert.
Do we know if there's a sea up that way or not? Is it?
No. You are about as far from any sea as you can get.
I'll turn around and go, I don't think it's any sea mist.
No, you're right. Proper foggy.
So,
I volunteer to enter the fog and try and work out what is going on. I don't purport to know a lot about the weather. I mean, I like it hot. And at the moment, it's not. So what I'm suggesting is that I go and have a little look at what's going on, because I don't really like this at all.
Maybe you should take someone with you. Probably Arwen.
I'm close enough, sweetie. I can join you.
Okay. Tom, if you want to move your token, on Roll20, if you have your token selected, you can use your arrow keys to literally nudge your token from one space to the next. Or you can click it and drag it. It's entirely up to you.
I like that. You shouldn't have told me that, Chris.
No, that's absolutely fine. If you stop there for a second, Tom. So you advance into the fog. You just get to the edge of it, where it really starts to thicken up. You can't really see very far into it. But as you do, suddenly, as the caravan continued past behind you, the lead horse screams in anguish and the caravan comes to a stop. You can hear Gunnar and the other men cursing, and projectiles whistle past you. Thick fog swirls about, concealing your attackers. We have now entered combat. So,
We're in a tight spot.
would everybody please roll their initiative?
Woohoo! Look at that. That was.
So, for those not familiar with Roll20, if you make sure your character is selected when you roll your initiative, it will automatically apply your initiative to the turn tracker. Who has? We've got all 5 of you so far. Who are we missing? Ingo. There we go. Let me go.
I don't know why I got points. But...
It's a tiebreaker. So if you roll the same initiative as somebody else, it compares your dexterity, which is put in your points, to somebody else's, and therefore it works out who should go first. So let me introduce you to your enemies.
Oh man!
I don't like gobbo and gobbo violence.
It's family. I've invited them. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
So,
Oh, hello. You're stood right next to me.
Chris, can I? Now that there are some near me, can I? Are they in my field of vision now?
yes. Yes.
I don't like how close this one is to me.
So we have paused. The ones that have appeared by the caravan are not actually on the caravan. They are up. They are in the trees. So they are about 15 feet above you at the moment.
Right, okay.
Oh, fun. Okay.
It's just Roll20 doesn't have layers like that.
Yeah.
So let me roll some initiative for the gobbers. They will all act on the same initiative to save us a lot of trouble. We have Gunner. Where's his
They're not going to talk.
Say again?
I mean, I have a conversation with my family. It feels like it's a bit.
I'm gonna just turn around, unfazed by the fact that they're there, and I will shout back to everyone: "Do not worry, brethren. They are but small, swampy gobbos that I will crush beneath my feet."
All right, calm down.
So we have entered combat. They have. Gunnar Waddock actually gets the first turn. He will turn. He will see the horse appears to have been impaled by some sort of primitive spike trap. Unfortunately, the horse is beyond help. But he will jump.
Look, I've been impaled.
He will jump down from his wagon, drawing his longsword, and yell to you all, "We're under attack! Defend the wagons!" And it is now over to Glint Bladesong.
Oh, you can just feel the malice in the air. I'm quite simply going to run up behind Solix, I think. Wait, was that 1, 2, 3, no. Right, that's my movement.
Okay.
And you know what? Solix, mate, you've got this. You're amazing. You're the bestest. Do you feel
Get
inspired?
behind me, my toned stomach friend.
Are you perchance using your bardic inspiration here, Glint?
Honestly, you're doing it, sweetie. You're doing it.
Okay, is that your turn finished, James?
Yeah, that's me.
Fantastic. Tok, it's your turn.
Right.
All of these guys, they are visible, provided your light can see them. However, the fog has obscured them. They are lightly obscured by the fog.
Right. I'm going to jump off the horse and head to over here.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to fumble about a bit and pull my gun out and try and just shoot at one.
Okay. Which one would you like to have a shot at?
I'll go for the left swamp gobbler over here.
Okay.
Right, hold on, bear with me because I've not done it on Roll20 before.
No problem.
Where's my gun? There. Right. Oh, 22 to hit.
A 22 to hit. It does hit indeed. Doing
So it
8
does 8 damage.
Nice.
It is not quite down. So both players and watchers should be able to see the health bars above the tokens. If anybody at any point can't see a health bar, please let me know, because I may have set it up wrong. Is that you finished, Tok?
Well, I'm just gonna hide between these two pack horses here. So I'm not on the horse; I'm between them. Just trying to use them for cover.
So for those that I didn't make it clear to originally, within the Iron Kingdoms there are guns, as slightly different to standard firearms that may be found in a D&D setting. They are, the closest analogy would be like a World War One, Boer War to World War One sort of technology level. They are loud. They are not. They're going to give everybody a fright that isn't used to hearing one, and everybody heard that. The gobbers look a little bit shocked by it, and we will move over to Solix.
So Solix is in fairly close proximity, I believe, to Swamp Gobber.
So you are actually engaged with that gobber already.
Great.
Where you moved to. I didn't realise where they were because I'd hidden them on the GM layer. But yes, you can move anywhere you want, so long as you stay within 5 feet of the gobber, and you will not suffer any kind of attack of opportunity.
No, that's fine. We want to be right in front of him. So Solix is going to attempt to effectively play golf with his warhammer and try and get straight under the chin of this gobber that stood in front of him. Advise me on the. It's a one-handed situation, I imagine, because I'd have had a sword and shield when I hopped off.
Yep. If you have your shield in your hand, then you are wielding your warhammer in one hand.
And am I simply clicking to roll for the warhammer? I don't have to do anything else.
If you click on the word warhammer, it should roll it for you.
Let's see what happens, everyone.
There we go. A 12 is your attack roll. That top one in the box is your attack roll. And that does hit the gobber, causing 7 points of bludgeoning damage. He's reeling from that attack, but he is still standing.
Oof.
It was a good hit, though. It was a good hit.
Okay, I'll reap into filth next round if he's still alive.
James, your bardic inspiration, is that just on the to hit?
They have it to use on a roll or an ability roll, but not a damage roll.
Right. So if Tom had missed, he could have added the inspiration, but he can't add it to the damage.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It is the Swamp Gobber's turn. Okay. On their turn, we'll start from the left. These two gobbers here make a dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for these crates hanging off the side here, and they begin with their action to start cutting the ropes to liberate the cargo from the side of the what's it called, wagon,
Caravan.
This chappie here is also gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head down towards this one. He is not quite close enough to start cutting. This gobber though is going to come and join him, and he's going to again start cutting the supplies away. The gobber over here is going to step in and join his friend in the fight, targeting Solix Darkroot with a dagger attack, scoring an 18 to hit. Wow. Solix Darkroot, what is your armor class, your AC?
18.
It is 18. So that hits, causing 5 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
This gobber, he is hurting. He is going to take the disengage action so that you can't attack him as he runs away. And he is going to come off to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and attempt to skirt around you. These two gobbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. going to head over here, heading towards this cart in the middle. And the three.
There's a little army of them.
Say again?
There's a little army.
There is. These gobbers on the top, they are going to drop down near the respective positions they are and start liberating cargo. Helga, it's your turn.
Helga's just gonna stand up and go, bloody hell. She's just had 3 gobbers just swarm around, and she's like,
She will, however, notice they are not. They do not look like they are trying to fight. They are just trying to steal.
okay, she is. Actually, what melee weapon do I have? Can't remember. Okay, she is going to. Would I need to jump off the carriage to attack, or can I swing down if they're trying to unhook cargo?
The gobber is attempting to saw at the ropes holding the cargo on, so you can swing down. Yes.
Yes. So I wish to swing down and whack this one.
Which one? Sorry, the one to the south of the carriage. Or
This
the one
one.
to the north. He is a little bit further away, actually. The carriages, the wagons themselves, are a little bit difficult to position with the tiles. If you step north one space, you could attack either gobber to your left or to your right. You will be engaged with both.
I will hit the one to the left with a hand axe.
Okay.
Swing.
A swing with a 13 is a hit. That is for an impressive 1 slashing damage.
1 damage.
Which is enough to finish off that gobber. Because Tock's shot really sent him reeling.
Round of
She's gonna
applause for the first kill of the adventure. That was the first kill of the adventure, so that's
She's gonna
very
look.
exciting.
She's gonna
We'll
look
keep
down.
a tally in chat.
She's just gonna look down at this little gobber and go, creepy little thing.
Okay.
Oi.
It is Vigo's turn. The man from the driver from the first carriage. He, with his carriage currently non-functional, is going to hop down, draw his longsword and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 and head towards the middle carriage. He is out of reach of the gobber. Arwen, it's your turn.
Arwen is going to shake his head, stand up to his full height of 3 feet, take his short bow off his back and notch an arrow, aim at this gobbo here, and as he lets his arrow fly, he's going to say under his breath, "This is why gobbos can't have nice things."
A 14 to hit does hit indeed. He is engaged by a friendly, so you do get your sneak attack bonus, causing a whopping 13 points of damage.
Nice. So you not only have you done that, but you've also accidentally just invented our first bit of merch as well. I think a T-shirt with "This is why gobbos can't have nice things" is perfect.
Brilliant. I'll tell you what.
There's going to be so many quotes from this.
Does one of the mods want to add that as a quote? Because that is cracking.
I think Misha's on it.
Awesome. So we are. And your arrow flies true, and just as the gobber reaches up to cut the ropes through, pierces him through his exposed side, and he just drops. Ingo Etheridge, your turn.
Yay! So this is okay. I don't know how to do it for you. I've got a goblin right below me, haven't I?
You've got a goblin. Yes, just south of you.
Yeah, cool. So
I thought
can
you
I
were
take my sword out and then climb along the back of the carriage to get to here?
Yeah, you can walk over there. That's fine. All the carts have stopped, so it's not even particularly difficult terrain to clamber over it.
Cool. So taking my rapier out, I'm going to try and stab at the goblin and just note to him, like, "I'm here to play the bagpipes, not fight."
Same thing.
Sorry, I just got to find it. So just click that in.
If you click on the word, yep. So 15 hits. They have an AC of 12 and doing 7 damage.
Hey.
You've done a decent wound to the goblin. He's reeling from the attack. He is definitely still trying to cut away at the ropes, however. Back to the top of the order, it is Waddock Gunner. He will advance down the... Oh, no, he won't. He will step to the end of his cart. Given that his driver has run off, he is going to stay with his cargo. He is going to brandish his longsword in 2 hands and yell to all of you, "This is what you were paid for. Fend them off. Don't let them take the cargo." And we will move along to Glint Bladesong.
The one directly to the right of me that's just sort of running past.
Yep.
I am literally going to say, "That's the problem with you, swamp type. You're tacky and I hate you." And I'm going to try and do a bit of vicious mockery, if I may.
That was good mockery.
A bit of vicious mockery requires a wisdom saving throw from the goblin. He has rolled a 10. You have caused your vicious mockery has caused 2 points of psychic damage, which, in his fragile state of mind, having been clubbed with a warhammer, is enough to shuffle him off the mortal coil.
Did you just sort of spill the tea at the goblin and then it literally killed the goblin? That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm pleased as punch, and he is tacky and I do hate him.
He offended it that badly it died of a broken heart.
Yep.
And then I've inspired Solix, so I'm going to move away towards this cart over here with my movement, if that's okay.
That is absolutely fine.
And then that's me. Thank you.
Tok, we come back to you at the back of the caravan.
Right. Can I see the goblin up here in the tree?
He's dropped down now, so he is now on the floor next to the carriage. Yes, you can see him.
Right. So I'm just going to. I'd probably run between the pack horse's legs,
Yes.
or scoot through it, and I'm going to go. Not today, son. Not today. You're giving us a bad name, and I'm going to shoot him
Okay.
because I'm young and brash and just want to shoot things. So.
Ooh.
10 to hit.
So a 10 to hit just misses. He was obviously slightly behind the crate, and your shot goes wild.
That'd have been a good hit.
Helga ducks.
That would have been a very good hit.
Jeez.
Anything else from you? Is that
I looked down the barrel of the gun going, what's going on with this here? And then just dip between the two things.
So, a little point of bookkeeping. Have you reloaded either of your guns?
No, but I do have. Oh, no.
It's a bonus action to reload a small pistol. So
Right, okay, so
you
I'll bonus...
have a bonus action, so yes.
I will bonus action reload a pistol. I didn't realise it was a bonus action to do it, so I'll ignore the first round, I'll do it the second.
Cool. And we shall move over to Solix Darkroot.
So Solix is massively offended by the fact that one of these little gobbers managed to get a hit on him. So he's somewhat enraged, and Trollkin can let out mighty cries. Now he's not going to do a fell call now. He can do something called a fell call that can be heard sort of more than half a mile away, but he will roar very loudly in the face of this gobbo as he swings around again with a warhammer at the one directly in front of him just now.
Fantastic.
And he's going to roar very excitedly, and then you watch. Let's see what happens.
A 19 is definitely a hit, doing 8 points of bludgeoning damage. He is definitely sore. You've knocked the wind right out of him, but he is still standing.
Oof.
It is the Swamp Gobber's turn. They are going to... Let's start from the back again. The one in combat with Helga is... He's gonna try his luck, and he's gonna try and stab Helga with a dagger, given that she callously slashed down his buddy. Oof! An 18 to hit for 5 piercing damage.
That
Nice.
that definitely hurts.
Moving
Ouch.
on. Say again?
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emma, did you have your token selected when you did your damage on Roll20?
I'm not using Roll20. Never mind. Hold on.
Are you not using Roll20?
No, I'm using D&D Beyond.
That's what I meant, D&D Beyond.
Yeah, probably.
So if you, I will manually apply the damage, but if, as you progress, if you have your token selected, then any damage you apply on D&D Beyond will show up in the health bar.
Okay.
We will progress along the caravan. Yeah, it's a very good integration, to be fair. And these two swamp goblins in the middle, they have successful. They will use their action now to cut away one of the chests on this side, and they will start moving away with it. So 1, 2, 3, because they are nice and slow now. If we ungroup some chests and send a chest up there with them.
Oh, the chests move. That's adorable.
That was cool.
Moving along, we have a swamp gobber in combat with Ingo Etheridge. He is going to retaliate with a dagger. Oof.
Jeez. Yeah,
That hits.
These
just a little bit.
well-trained gobbers.
These are some,
Yeah, they are.
These are some obscene dice rolls on my behalf. I do apologise in advance.
No, like
Fine.
first D&D team wipe.
Yeah.
I
First
will-
encounter, all dead.
Moving along, the swamp gobber in combat with Solic's Darkroot is going to take exception at being bludgeoned, and he's going to have an attack. He is hit as well, but it's the first time I've rolled less than max damage, so that's something.
Okay, so Solix, although is fairly tall, is feeling a little bit put out by all of this this damage.
Okay, moving along, we have the swamp gobber here. He is rather incensed that a gobber would shoot a fellow gobber, and he is going to come over and make an attack at. Oof! These dice rolls just keep getting better.
Did you just crit?
That is
Can I
a
just ask,
crit.
is the 10 o'clock break could be when we re-roll our new characters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well,
21, 22, 23.
yeah, I mean, I've gone up and up and up. I can't go any higher than that, so maybe we'll start from ones with the next roll. It does 3 points of damage to Arwen.
It's cheating.
And I thought I had a decent armor class.
And the one on top of the wagon,
Wow.
he is going to. What's he going to
Oh
do?
yeah, there's that little guy.
So, Glint, you attacked the guy to your right with a rapier, didn't? No, you
No.
you viciously mocked somebody and then moved down here, didn't you? Yes.
Yeah.
He is going to, sensing the fight on this wagon is a little bit futile. He is going to take the disengage action and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and head off towards his friends who have appeared to have stolen some loot.
That won't save you from the truth, honey.
The swamp, another swamp gobber appears. Okay. Whilst the token may have been visible, this guy was heavily obscured by the fog. He is now going to approach 1, 2, 3, 4, and he is going to throw a dart at Waddock Gunner.
Oh
For
no!
a 13
Oh.
to hit. It does hit, causing 3 points of piercing damage to Waddock. And I believe that is all the goblins. Oh no, the one in combat with Ingo hit Ingo, didn't it? And that's the one that moved away. Okay, Helga, over to you.
Do you know this chest these two goblins have stolen?
Yep.
Does it require both of them to carry the chest?
Yes, they are very much one at each end of the chest, holding on to it.
I'm gonna shoot one with a crossbow.
Okay.
That is an excellent deduction. I love that.
I'm gonna shoot one of them with a crossbow and just hope it kills him instantly. Please kill him.
So 14 hits and 10 piercing damage is enough. As he's running away, A crossbow bolt pierces the back of his leg, right in his Achilles, and takes him down.
You're not going anywhere, laddie. That's my box. Give me
As
my
someone
box
who's had
back.
Achilles problems in the past, that made me cringe.
Apologies, stream, for the slightly. Yeah, there we go. Helga, what a shot! Nice. It is Vigo's
That's
turn.
my box, laddie.
He, seeing Arwen attacked, is going to turn around with his longsword, and he is going to have a swing for a 7 to hit, which unfortunately misses the gobbo. Arwen, it's your turn.
Fairly incensed that one of my brethren would consider I was betraying our people based on the fact that I'm shooting at them. I will snatch out Clarence and Clarence's brother, and I'll attempt to hit with the first dagger.
The first dagger misses.
So can I use my bonus attack with my second one if I don't hit with my first?
You can do it anyway. So, yeah, for a bonus action, if you've got 2 weapons, you may attack with the second one. It unfortunately misses.
I think I'm a bit flustered at the moment. Probably a good-looking gobber.
I've just realised I can do 2 weapon fighting. And I've got 2 hand axes.
Everybody is capable of 2 weapon fighting. The downside is on the damage on the second attack, you don't get your ability bonus. Unless it's a negative. So Emma, in your case, with a negative on strength, you would still take the negative.
It has to be a light melee weapon.
Say again?
It has to be a light melee weapon.
Ah, yes. Does have to be a light melee weapon as well.
Yeah.
Are they like melee weapons?
I don't think hand axes are. Ingo,
No.
it's your turn.
Oh, they are.
Are they?
Yeah. Simple, light, thrown, range.
Nice. Ingo, what
Right.
would you like to do?
Regretting already that he joined this caravan because this is not what he's about. He's just gonna stab because that's all he can think to do. So, yeah.
When you do, you just have a blow and a squeeze at the same time, so it's like a.
That was a. Yeah, that
So
went well.
the chat is saying they've got no HP bars on the stream, but they're on my screen. So
Okay.
I can't see.
I can see them. I can see them.
They're quite small red lines.
They are very small red lines.
Yeah.
They are very faint as well.
Well, they'll definitely be faint under like the blue of the night vision. I didn't want them to be too obtrusive. I may go back and redo them if they are too small, but we shall forge on because that's quite a bit of work. So we'll forge on for now. It's Warwick
Alright.
Gunner. He is going to join this fray at the back, and he is going to swing his longsword 2-handed at this gobber. Whoa!
Oh,
He is really not happy about these gobbers,
That gobbo.
sashimi, anyone?
and he
No,
swings.
hun, that's just it's spudge. It's just
Yeah, he swings his sword around 2-handed and just catches the gobber under the chin, relieving the gobber of his head. And this gobber,
lovely.
oh,
The gobber no more.
Ex-gobber it ceased to be.
there we go. It is Glint. Your turn.
Hi. Are any of those gobbos that I can see in my purview still trying to get at these chests?
The ones that you can see. No, this guy, he hasn't attempted to nick a chest, but he is right next to them. He's eyeing them up, but he's also just run away from your fight.
Oh, he's the one that ran away. Cool. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
He's in.
Oh God!
Okay, so I'm going to run toward him. 10 foot. We can do move, action, move in D&D, right?
Yes, you've got 6 squares or 30 feet of movement. You can break that up however you want. So you can move a bit, do your action, move some more.
25 because of my little legs.
Sorry.
But it's okay. So, I'm literally going to run up to this goblin as he's running away from me. As he's running, I'm going to shout. Have you heard about the goblin that had his left arm chopped off and his left leg chopped off? He was all right, and cast Tasha's hideous laughter.
Nice.
I can sense there's going to be a few of James's quotes. So, Tasha's hideous laughter. What do we do here? Wisdom save or fall prone and become incapacitated, unable to stand up. A creature with an intelligence score of 4 or less isn't affected, and at the end of each of its turns, it can make another wisdom save. It's got an int of 7, so it is affected. Just a wisdom save. He is okay. He is a very wise goblin. I mean, he chose to run away from a fight, so that's a good thing.
Sad. That was a good joke.
It
was a good joke.
I always feel bad when things like the player comes up with an awesome vicious mockery and then it fails, and you're like, oh, but that was so good.
I will say Glint Blade Song powered by Google search.
Talk. What would you like to... sorry, were you finished, James? Did you want to move?
Oh, yeah, well, I was planning on being right next to him, but he didn't take the thing, so I'll probably... No, I'm going to still catch up to him. That's it.
Okay. Talk.
Right. I'm going to nip through here again.
Yep.
I'm just going to go shout at him in Gobber. What are you doing? Why? Just go and do something else and shoot at him.
I love that. I thought you were trying to enter like a conversation with him. It was like, no, I'm just going to shoot him.
Brilliant.
There we go.
A 23 is definitely a hit, and for 10 points of damage, he turns and looks at you, slightly confused that as you're a gobber as well. Although you're dressed slightly different to him, he looks a lot more ragged than you. And as he turns, he just catches the bullet full in the face and flops to the floor. Any movement?
Bad name, son.
Say again?
He's giving us a bad name.
Any more movement?
Yeah, I'm going to run up to where he was. So,
Okay.
so I've gone 5, 10, 15, 20.
So it's a good job these pack horses were tied to that last wagon, because they are looking decidedly uneasy now, having had 3 shots fired from around them.
Sorry, chap. And then as I'm running, I'll bonus action reload again.
Yep. Solix.
So Solix has, as he swung up and hit the guy last time, he's still kind of managed to go round this way, and he's gone up like this, and then he's basically going to come. He's hit him once. He's basically just going to come back down in sort of the same swing, and see if we can finish off this gobber. So let's just see if we're going to be able to do it. I should say so.
I should say so as well. So that swing was enough to have laid out this gobber in a single hit. This gobber was already on his last legs, and he's a puddle on the floor at this point in time. And
what's even worse is I just pictured him cleaving him the torso straight off, so the legs are just still there.
So I will let out because I've been hit on a couple of occasions here, and that has really bothered Solix. He's going to roar again in a mighty way, and then he's going to turn around and eye up the goblin with his back to him. The glint is near, and I'm just going to I'm not running anywhere. He is just going to trudge towards this guy in a very meaningful large, steppy way, and he isn't even holding his hammer anymore. The hammer is dragging along the floor behind him, pulling bits of wet gobbo leftover and along with it, and he's wiping it on the grass to sort of get the mess off, getting ready for the next one.
Okay, it is their turn. They are, I think they're going to try and call it quits here. This gobber is going to take the disengage action, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, you're still in shooting range, mate.
This chappie is actually going to go. He's going to take an attack of opportunity against this, but he's willing to. He's sort of scared, but still wants to help his friend with the chest. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to where his expired friend is. At this point, Solix Darkroot and Glint Bladesong will get an attack of opportunity using their reaction to swing whatever melee weapon they had in their hand at that time.
This isn't an advantage though. This is just.
There is no advantage on this, no. It's just.
So I'm just rolling
you
like
still
normal.
You still have Bardic Inspiration, is that right?
Yes, he's still got the Bardic Inspiration if he misses.
You can add the. Well,
He doesn't.
don't need it.
As he runs away, he takes an almighty whack. However, it just seems to take a couple of seconds for the goblin's mind and the rest of his body to realise that he has been hit that hard, and it just stumbles on all the way up to his final position, and he just collapses next to the chest.
That's because when I hit him, I did it like a pool cue. And I just shoved him in that direction as hard as I could as he ran away.
Swamp gobbers. The one in combat with Ingo can't really see the slaughter on the other side. He can see Tok and Ingo. He still fancies his chances, so he will have a crack at Ingo with his dagger for a 15. Owen, does that?
Yeah, that hits me.
Doing 2 points of damage. Okay, and lastly, this swamp gobber up here is going to stick to the fog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and head over this way. Seeing Solix being a decidedly meaty target, he decides to throw a dart at him, scoring a 12. Solix, I do not believe that is enough to pierce your armour.
I think that it just bounces. It bounces off Solix, and Solix just goes.
To be fair, I'm not even sure Solix would notice.
Yeah.
It's a small dart that's just like tinged off his armour. It could have been a twig from the trees above.
Yeah, like a mosquito.
Probably had to duck out of the way from it more than he noticed. It was more.
Yeah.
It pinged off, nearly got glint in the eye.
Yeah. Is that the lot? That is the last remaining gobber. Helga, your turn.
I'm going to shoot this one.
That one? Okay.
Everything's getting shot. Never mind, it's not getting shot.
Ooh.
No.
So,
Really not getting
you attempt to let fly with a crossbow, and just something goes wrong. You lose your footing on the wagon, and the shot just skies straight up, scaring a nest of birds from the top of the trees.
What goes up must come down at some point.
It is Vigo. He, sensing that the fight is nearly won, he will join Gunnar at the back of his wagon, longsword grasped in two hands now, waiting to see what happens. Arwen, it's your turn.
So is Gunnar and his comrade facing towards the fog?
Vigo is facing towards the fog. Gunnar is currently facing towards you because he's just chopped this gobber.
Okay.
You were about to be quintessentially Arwen, weren't you? I love it.
Looking at Gunnar, I'll just smile at him. I'll put Clarence and Clarence's brother away, sweep off my short bow, notch an arrow, and then I'll line one up on the one that's fighting Ingo. And as I let the arrow fly, I will say double top.
So, yep.
Yes.
Oh, a 7 is a miss.
That's a very nuts.
Right bed, wrong house.
So close.
Okay. Ingo, it's your turn.
Dude. Yeah, I'm just gonna stab. It's just he's not made for combat, and he's just getting poked at by a goblin. So he's gonna just keep poking because that's all he knows what to do. Hey, that's not good.
A 9 is not enough. It is Waddock's turn. He is going to climb. Why can't I select there? He's going to climb back up onto his wagon and survey the scene, keeping a close eye on Arwen in the process.
It's okay. I've got this covered. If you want to go and check the other wagons.
The other wagons look sound, Arwen. I'm happy where I am.
Checking them. Just saying.
Glint, it's your turn. You, from where you are standing, you can see that Ingo is a little worse for the wear, but you can't see who he's fighting.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. Sorry, Ingo.
Help me, dwarf.
You do love dwarfs. I'm torn, but I'm currently obsessed with this guy. So, well, to be fair, I'm going to walk. I'm going to walk, first of all, heading back to the thing. I take a quick moment to look at my surroundings and think that, and just get a quick eye of Ingo. He just looks kind of fabulous, but he looks a little bit worse for wear. You know, I haven't heard this time, so maybe turning to look at him, worried that I haven't heard the bagpipes, I will throw one of my daggers at him, but not before juggling and going, "Hey, come on, look, keep your eye on the ball, keep your eye on the ball. There are no balls thrown." Yeah, that's what's happening.
There
Okay.
are no balls. Throw.
Context,
The dagger.
Tom. Context.
That was a good.
No smoke from my mouth.
So, are you rolling? You're rolling with disadvantage for some reason.
It's within 20 foot.
So you should just be rolling normally rather than with disadvantage.
Oh, I just pressed the wrong button there.
But
Hold on.
it's fine. I'll take the first roll. I would normally take the first roll anyway, and a 15 still hits. So doing 5 piercing damage, which is enough. He appears to be watching you as you are juggling, and his eyes keep bobbing, and he just looks at the wrong hand as you launch with the other one, and the
That's
dagger
how I do.
sails and catches him just in the shoulder. It's not a massive wound, but it was enough to drop him.
And I'll finish off with, Ingo, give us a song.
Maybe when I can get some air in my lungs.
Fine.
Are you finished there, Glint?
Yeah, thank you.
Tok, it's your turn.
Right.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to see Ingo finally save. I'm going to shout to him, Ingo, pull yourself together, mate. And then I'm going to run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to shoot this one here because I don't want him getting away with the box.
Okay.
Plus, even though I like shooting things, I'm quite proud of my work. 17 to hit.
A 17 for 7. That is a cracking hit. You catch him full in the shoulder, but he's... Whoops. Wrong one. He's definitely reeling from the hit, but he is still standing. He's eyeing up his chest, but he's attempting to drag it on his own, but he's really seems to be flagging at this point.
And I'll shout to him in Gobbo. Right, drop the chest, run away, or we'll kill you.
Solix.
Okay, so I know that the chat are probably wondering. I've not been watching the chat because I'm enjoying the mystery of it all. But I know the chat are probably wondering, where's the healer in this party? Well, I've got good news for you because
We haven't got one.
it's obviously the 8 foot tall Trollkin. So Solix, seeing that Ingo is worse for wear, is going to go, friend, I'm coming, let's sort you out. So Solix is going to go heading towards Ingo, climb up on the cart, and I imagine being healed by a Trollkin is a fairly terrifying experience. But he's going to lay on hands, and his hands are going to be much bigger than Ingo's head, and they're going to kind of just engulf the whole thing.
Top hat and all.
And he's going to cast lay on hands. He's going to say, he's going to mutter some words under his breath, and this sort of incantation. And can I do that, Mr. Chris? Is that an allowed thing?
You can indeed. So within the Iron Kingdoms, for those that aren't aware, healing magic is a lot less powerful than any other D&D setting. It's more akin to an accelerated surgery than it is actual magical healing. So whilst Ingo's wounds, the cuts on his skin, they're not deep at this point. He's taken a bit of a cut, but it was only from a small dagger. So the cuts on his skin, they've healed, but they've left a red welt that, if not treated properly, may turn into a scar. And at the same time as your hands are laid on Ingo's head, you feel that same pain from the wound in the same place on your own arm. So the act of healing, whilst it does work, it is uncomfortable for both healer and healee, for want of a better word. Because I'm sure that's a word. Healee's got to be a word somewhere.
I mean, it's almost as though it doesn't matter, right? So,
I knew where you're going with that, Tom.
So, how many points of lay on hands are you using?
say that again.
How many points of lay on hands are you using? So as your action, you can spend it. Use your action to do lay on hands, and then I believe at first level you've got 5 points. You can use
That's correct.
up to 5 to heal Ingo.
Great. And does that heal a single hit point for each
Yes.
thing?
Yes, each point of lay on hands will heal a single hit point.
Obviously, Solix is a very experienced healer, as you can tell. So Solix will make Ingo feel 3 better.
Thank you. I'll play you the tune of my people and start bagpiping away.
Yay!
The most glorious sounding healing song that you could imagine. Nice and soothing, as soothing as a bagpipe can be.
Fantastic.
Solix is proper into it. I'm like doing that thing where I'm clicking out of time with my big hand.
Excellent.
So it is the Swamp Gobbers. This guy is gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's almost at the edge. This chappy here is gonna dash for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's gonna come down for his normal movement of 1, and then he is going to assist this gobber. Let's try and just get those in dragging the chest away. They are only going to make it 1 square because the injured gobbo is really starting to flag here. Helga, your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him.
The injured one.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, never mind, I'm not gonna shoot him.
A 10 is unfortunately not enough to hit. The shot goes in there, but it gets lost in the mist. Vigo, content that the gobbers are gone or going, is going to head back to his driver's seat at the front of the wagon. Arwen, your turn.
Seeing that battle's almost won, and realizing that he had his life saved by the caravan leader, he's going to jump across and embrace him and give him a huge hug and sort of say thank you and I can't believe you did that for me. And while he's doing that, he's going to try and pick his pocket to see what's in there because showing me things.
Perception is wisdom. Now, Arwen, let's not be doing that, shall we? He says as he slaps your hand away from his pocket. You will be paid upon completion of the task, not before.
And just go and sit on the box and look very sort of, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Caught me. But he's still looking around for shiny things.
Of course he is. He wouldn't be Arwen if he wasn't. Ingo, what would you like to do?
I'm just going to have to save my kitten. Sorry, she just got up somewhere. She can't get down.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
I just got to save my kitten. Quote it.
There is a hopefully there's a kitten tax for this though, and we will get to see a kitten on the stream, which is always a good thing for everyone. If he comes back without a kitten, we might have to consider kicking him off. Hey, there it is.
There we go.
There we are.
I saved her much to dismay. I'm just gonna lay back and be glad that I'm not being stabbed at by a goblin anymore and just play some tunes.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna do.
It is Wallet Gunner's turn. He is gonna evil Arwen and say, "Get out there and get my supplies back. Get my trade goods back. That's what you're paid to do. Come on,
So,
hop to it."
No problem. I'll hop to it. I'll sort of, I'll climb out the wagon and start checking bits and pieces.
Okay, you are. It's Glint. Your turn.
Just these two running away, right?
You've got two that are dragging the chest, and then you've got one much further away up here. I'm not sure if you can see him. I don't know how far your dark vision goes.
Okay. So Glint's gonna move up to there. Shout, "Don't touch what you can't afford," and just swing them with my dagger.
A
That's
9. The Gobber, although a similar height to you, is a little bit more nimble and manages to duck under the strike as you swing for him.
Stick to throwing them.
Yeah, throwing seemed to work.
I do juggle, but
Looking at the bards having a struggle, I'm going to say to myself, bloody bards, what are they doing? Singing and not bloody fighting. And I'm going to run in after them, after the gobbers, because I'm not losing a box. Chest, that's the badger. Yes, so I'm not losing a chest. So I'm going to go up to there, and I'm just going to go, "No, you're not going anywhere, son." And I'm just going to shoot him.
I love that every single interaction is a short story followed by, "and then I'm going to shoot him." It's so good.
And then I'm going to shoot him. So that was a crit.
Fantastic. Which one were you shooting?
I was shooting the one that's already injured.
Ah.
A little bit of overkill.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just a little bit. I mean, only -8 health. The shot just as he ducks Glint's attack, he stands back up, like chuckles to himself, and just cops a shot into the ear, straight into his ear. I mean, gobbers have got quite large ears, so it was.
Oi.
True. They're gorgeous.
We're very touchy about our ears.
And it just sort of funnels the shot down inside one and out the other, and there's a little bit of a dark spray on the ground now. Solix.
So Solix, noticing that Glint didn't have great luck, then I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there or not. Can I get over to to that other gobbo
So-
from where I am?
You are. Roll20's measurement system sucks because that's 30 feet. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, you can. So with movement, the first diagonal. So now that's 1 square. Hang on. Come back. So from where were you? Wait.
Sorry.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone. So from there, the first diagonal is 1 square of movement. The second diagonal would be 2, so that's 15 feet of movement. The third diagonal is back to 1, so that's 20 feet of movement, and that would be 25 feet of movement to get to there.
Great.
So,
So I'm gonna say, friend Glint, you're using a small pointy thing when these gobbos don't. What they really don't like are the big hammery things. And then I'm gonna try and hit the last one with the hammer.
oh, what did I press? Wrong button. -9. Your swing, as perfect as you could have made it, just connects with the back of this goblin's head as he's trying to get away. And he crumples to the ground. And I imagine you turn and look at Glint with a small smile, which...
And I will just say...
to everybody else...
See?
this smile to everybody else is, like, hideous. But you can tell that Glint is... You can tell that Solix is trying. He's trying to smile.
Oh, sweetie. Well done. Just turn around.
It is the gobbers, and 1 gobber remaining gets off the top of the map. He is free and clear, disappearing into the mist. You have successfully defended the caravan and contained all of the loot. Fantastic.
Good job.
Can't win them all.
So Gunnar is very happy with this. He will praise you, thank you very much for it. He will instruct his other drivers to go and collect one of the pack horses. They'll take all the supplies off of it and distribute it among one of the wagons and bring it up to lead the front, reattach it to the front wagon.
I'm going to start checking the gobbers to see if they've got any shiny on them. Anything shiny.
You can indeed. So if you can make an investigation roll for searching through the bodies.
Whilst that's going on, can I resume my post as stoically standing right at the front of the convoy?
You can indeed.
I'm going to go down and pat the horses and apologise to them.
Aw.
Right, as you get to the front, Solix, you see this very primitive but very lethal spear trap that the gobbers had obviously erected to take out the front of the convoy, and the horse that was snared up in it is, very much past. It takes about 30 minutes for Gunnar to shuffle everything around, so you guys do have time for a short rest if you so wish. In the process, you can be searching the bodies and whatnot.
You want us to roll a collective investigation?
Are you all searching, or I mean, I don't
I'll
imagine
search.
Ingo's going to go around looking at the body. He's going to sit
No,
there
I'm
and
just going to
play.
sit and play some
Yeah.
music. And
I'm not
love
touching
it.
that. It's gross. It's
So,
icky.
yeah.
It's covered in there.
Anybody that would like to roll an investigation roll whilst they're searching the bodies, that is absolutely fine.
With my short rest, Chris, just remind everyone what the situation is in terms of healing during a short rest, if that's possible.
It
or
is possible.
what-
Yeah. So as part of a short rest, everybody has hit dice. At first level, you will all have 1 hit dice. What die that is depends on your character's class. You may roll that and then add your Constitution bonus to it, and you can recover that many hit points. That uses up that hit dice, which you won't get back until you've had a long rest. But if you are wounded, it's a decent way of getting your hit points back. Certain characters, certain classes have abilities that refresh on a short rest as well. but a lot of them are on a long rest. So have a look through your sheet if you've used any abilities, and whether or not they refresh on a short rest.
Helga, that's some healing.
Healing.
Nice.
Any children watching, you must always eat your fruit every day. It's good for you. Okay.
Oh man, Ingo, you are not having the luck today, are you?
I'm really not, no. Oh well.
3 back. That puts you on. Is it 11? No, on 9. Is it?
9. Yeah.
I mean, you
My
most.
my hit points aren't syncing up.
Are they not? Okay.
No.
No worries. I will add that back on. Oh yeah, James, you're
Sorry, I didn't mean to press that. I was just trying to read it.
right.
It doesn't come back into the long rest. I have learned.
You do, however, have an ability that if you guys are playing during a short rest, is that correct? Bards, if they are.
Level 2, I think.
Is it level 2?
That's level 2, yeah.
Right, no
Level
worries.
2. Longer rest.
So,
I mean, I have not studied the ways of song for many a year.
what is your maximum hit points? It's 12.
12.
I do pick my dagger back up. I'm back up to my full juggling set.
Okay. So, fantastic. Where did those investigation rolls go? Okay. Arwen, Tok, and Helga, you have a look around. You can find the very primitive daggers. These gobbers, they're all they're dressed in rags. They are swamp gobbers. It's known to many that the goblins who live in the swamps, they're the same race as the 2 gobbers in your party, but they are, I wouldn't say feral, but they are a lot more feral than your slightly more civilized brethren. Even Arwen, who is a thief at heart, is civilized in comparison to the swamp gobbers.
Acquisition coordinator, please.
Say again?
Acquisition coordinator.
Ah. So you find some knives. They're pretty worthless. Some of them are flint knives. Some of them are just about sharp. However, between the lot of you, you do actually discover back here a strange contraption that is it's the size of a large chest and consists of crude bellows and some kind of crucible to mix reagents in. You deduce from Helga, you as an artificer, and your investigation, you deduce that the reagents left over inside created this fog. So whatever it wasn't a natural fog. It's a smoke machine. It's a fog machine. So they used the bellows to pump out this fog to cover the road, so that they could ambush from inside the fog.
Ingo, we need this for stage shows.
Oh my god. I could make smoke fly out of my bagpipes.
So,
we need to claim this.
You can claim the remains of the fog machine, of the swamp bellows, and do with it as you will. Gunnar will
we can form a prog rock group.
You ever heard of bagpipe metal? That's what we'll go with.
Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
Have you seen that Thunderstruck video with him playing the bagpipes?
Yeah.
That's what I imagine Ingo doing now.
100%.
Right, you. Where are we? Was there anything else you found?
Can I rearrange the boxes on my cart to act like a throne?
To act like a throne? No. They've already had to shuffle the supplies around a little bit to fit the supplies off the last pack horse. Gunnar is quite happy that you've picked up any usable weaponry, even though it's not particularly like resaleable or usable by you. The fact that gobbers can't come along and pick it up, he's happy and thankful for you guys for picking that up for him. And he asks if you are ready to continue. He's got everything shuffled around. He's got the caravan back on track, and he's ready to continue.
Aye, laddie.
Did you say something, Jace? I didn't catch it.
I said I'll stick a thumb up from the back and just go, yeah, ready.
Cool.
I will shout
I'll just be
in
here hiding.
in a triumphant way. I will shout, "Follow me, victors!"
So
I'm Spock, not Victor.
you continue on then, and after what feels like a long time, but you realise it's not actually been too long. It's just the darkness makes it difficult to keep track of the day. At last you are free of the swampy morass of the Widower's Wood. The black twisted trees part, and the ever-present mist finally thins and clears. Ahead of you is Corvus, city of ghosts. A low wall surrounds an impossibly dense mass of stone structures. Marble spires topped with gold burst through the fog and smoke at street level and reach for the heavens. A tangle of bridges and arches ensnares everything in a stony grasp. Gunnar raises his voice to be heard over the creaking wagons. We'll be first off to see Father Dumas at the Church of Morrow. He can tend our wounds, and we have a crate or two for him as well. We'll part ways there, and you'll get your gold. 'Twas a pleasure riding with you. So you approach Corvus, which looks something like this.
Ooh.
Annoyingly, some of these maps, the north isn't straight up. You are actually approaching from the west, so the bottom of this map, and you will be coming in, and the Church of Morrow is over this side here. So you travel through most of the city, over the bridges, over here, up through the city, and up to the Church of Morrow, where you find yourselves coming over the bridge at the bottom here, the wider bridge, along the stone path to the front of the church.
Just so cool.
Where you are met by Father Dumas. He thanks Gunnar for his supplies. None of you are wounded, and none of his caravan are wounded, so there is no.
You could get a hit point back.
I'm wounded.
Emotionally?
But no, I've got like 3 scars down my arm from that fight.
So Father Dumas will come round, and he will dispense a small amount of healing to each of you. You've only got a couple of points of damage each, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got 1 left to get.
Yeah. So
Three scars.
restoring you all up to full hit points. Let me drop him. Where is he? Father Dumas. At the front steps. You're over here, Arwen.
I was just
Right.
checking the back. Really.
Checking the back, yes. At which point Gunnar Waddick will turn to you and will dispense your 25 gold pieces each, and wish you well. He thanks you very much for guarding his caravan, and says if you're looking for more work and he's in town, give him a shout. He's quite happy to either put in a recommendation for your work or hire you again if you need the work, and if he's in town.
He's going to go to you with a big hug, sort of say goodbye.
He's going to watch you like a hawk, not really accept the hug, but pat you on the top of your hat. Now, Arwen. Now. We've gotten to know each other over the last 2 weeks, and your nature is well known.
I'll smile, I'll wink, and I'll walk away.
How do we get tokens back? Sorry.
So on the right hand side, where the dice rolls will be coming up, if you go to the one that looks like a newspaper, click on that, and then click on the name again on the words and drag it onto the map. There we are. Okay, so Gunnar Waddick and his wagons they head back off over the bridge. They have delivered their cargo, and they are happy to they go off to they delivered their cargo to the church, and they're going to go and distribute the rest of their cargo to the to Corvus, where it needs to go. Father Dumas, as he comes through healing you, says to you, weary travellers, have you a place to stay?
Can easily find one, I'm sure.
Sure, the local tavern will have some beds.
Yeah, but is there anywhere like nicer, just softer, comfier?
You got
Free.
money to
As
pay
long
for
as-
anywhere nicer.
As long as there is mead, I am happy.
I
Ooh.
Tavern it is then.
I have a small proposition for you. I would be willing to let you stay here at the church. There are very comfortable lodgings, and we will provide you with food as well. I
And mead.
yes, we can provide. Well, I mean, you can stay here. You can head off
Keep
into
talking.
town. You can head off into town and or into the city and drink to your heart's content. I have one request of you. To earn your keep, not to earn your what's the word? My mind's gone blank.
Lodgings?
To earn your lodgings. That's the one. I have a small matter that needs investigating, but it's beyond my abilities to look into it without arousing suspicion, and I could really do with it just looking into the matter for me. And I'm happy for you to stay here the whole time that you are investigating this for me. Is that something you'd be interested in?
I've got to tell you that there is nothing less suspicious than an 8-foot tall trollkin, 2 goblins, 2 dwarfs, and a human who plays bagpipes.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Solving a mystery. We're
Right.
in. We're in. Show us the way, Bishop.
We've come this far. I think we can go a little further. Maybe not me, but yeah, the rest of you definitely.
You just need to pull yourself together and go.
Hey, you wait for my turn. I'm not the perfect fighter, but I will one day bring my worth to this party, I hope.
You just need composure. It's fine. Fine.
not a fighter.
Helga's just gonna walk next to Ingo and rub his back and be like, "You'll get there, lad. You'll get there."
Thank you. I find this very comforting coming from dwarves.
Just join in.
I love it.
So
I'm going to just cuddle my dwarf friends.
this small matter that I need you to look into is there's been a series of grave robberies.
Ew.
I look at Arwen. You been in for Arwen?
No, but it's a good idea because they don't
Oh.
care. Do they?
And
I'm saying-
I just need you to look into them to see what's going on. I've got a list of names, and where the robberies took place, but I've not been able to look into them, and the City Watch isn't interested. But if somebody's going around defiling the final resting place of people, it's something that the church is certainly interested in.
What are they stealing?
The bodies.
The whole body.
Yes. Well,
Well, then.
I believe so. Yes, I think so. I've heard of the grave robberies, but it's, it's. Well, can you look into it and check?
But look into the grave. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I've
And
been
the
there. but
extra
it's-
element.
I
So-
mean, we'll do it, Bish. But we're gonna have some mead first, aren't we?
Oh,
We'll
yeah,
have some
I mean-
mead first.
Whilst it's important, and I would usher you to look into it as soon as possible. I'm certainly not going to send you out into the night to do it now. You've agreed to look into this for me, and that's fantastic. The services, the lodgings at the Church of Morrow are yours. You are free to come and go. I just ask that you, at your earliest convenience, start looking into these robberies.
Not a problem.
Father,
Which you-
can't-
Sorry, who was that?
That's right, carry on.
God, I was going to say, Father, is there anywhere I could go and get some bullets, some rounds for my guns, please?
There are many traders in the city. I am sure you will find one in there.
Fantastic, thank you.
It shouldn't take much to look around. I would head to the merchants' quarter rather than looking at the seedier parts of town. Yeah, I mean you may be able to get a
Sorry?
bargain, but
Where?
the seedier parts of town.
So, just so we can be sure to avoid them, where exactly is that?
Let's have a look at the map, shall we?
We'll stumble into them by mistake.
Solic's not realising what Arwen is getting at is going to go, Arwen has an excellent point. We should do our best to avoid these seedy areas.
So, at the top of the map around the church is the fairly affluent areas of the city. Down here on the waterfront, the docks area is fairly seedy. Over this side is more officious buildings. So you've got the city hall, you've got the courthouse, and things like that. The industrial quarter is around about over here, and the merchant quarter is it's sort of a little bit split. You've got some on this side and some on this side.
Thank you for that information. I should be certain not to go anywhere near that area much.
So you currently have you've got the church is at your disposal, and you have the city on your doorstep. It is late afternoon, early evening. You can turn in for the night. You can head off into the city. It's sort of up to you as to when. I should probably show you this first. The show to everyone. This is the list of the grave robberies and their locations.
Sylvia's family and Smash.
That should now be in your journal. You can open that up at any time and have a look at it.
I love a handout. Chris, I love a handout.
Awesome.
Should we split the party and go to each one individually?
Flipping hell.
No.
Hard pass.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, how hard can it be with grave robbers?
So Solix is really, I think you've probably gathered by now, fairly interested in having a drink. He's been a bit busy, and all that Warhammer swinging has taken its toll. He's ready for a drink. And he's a big lad. He needs sustenance. So he's going to take up the offer Friar Tuck and get himself in the church and helping himself to whatever it is he can help himself to, food wise and drink wise.
Into the church. Okay.
Is that where it all is? Is that where all the good stuff is?
So there is food and drink in the church. There will be some good wines and things. There isn't a massive amount. If you want to go on a drinking session, Father Dumas will ask that you head into town. But
Yeah.
he'll feed you a meal. He will feed you some drink in the church to start with.
Arwen's going to join Solix and enjoy the food and the drink and have a look around while he's there, because obviously, churches are usually full of, quite important religious artifacts.
Come on, we can go in.
You've got to be careful that they don't get misplaced.
So hopefully you guys can now see inside the building.
Yeah.
You can go in. There's another floor above it, which unfortunately is on Roll20 is difficult to have on the same map. There are some simple lodgings to the side that look like staff quarters to the right and to the left. Father Dumas mentions that they are his personal quarters. I'm just going to delete the lid now that you guys are in. And there's an upstairs with, as you can see from the stairs on the side, with much more places to sleep, and a kitchen and a dining room up there.
I think our bard should give us a song so we can hear the,
The acoustics.
That's the word, yes. I'm only a gobber. I'm not, well
I
educated.
never turn down the opportunity to play for anyone. If you ask, I will play. Bagpipes out. Just
Sing us a
what
song.
you're feeling.
Just absolutely honking away on those bagpipes.
I will honk it off as that's standard. I will honk away with
On your bagpipe.
on the bagpipes. A nice jaunty tune after our escapades through the forest.
Love it.
Fantastic.
I'm just going to sit there, starting engraving my bullets that I've got left.
And to make it slightly more interesting, whilst you're playing bagpipes and juggling my blades, every now and then I'll throw one right by your foot.
Cool.
Don't worry,
I will sit down eating.
We're doing it.
I will be eating a turkey leg, which will look like it'll be a fairly large turkey leg, but to everyone else it'll just look like a bird's eye chicken dipper in my hand. And he'll sort of use it and then be using it like a toothpick, and he'll say, "Ha, dinner and a show." So I'm quite enjoying myself. There is much frivolity.
Helga wants to ask Father. I can't remember his name.
Dumas.
Dumas.
Yeah.
If there is a blacksmith in town.
There are many. Yeah, there's lots. You can probably take your pick and different qualities. So
any run by dwarves?
Not specifically that I'm aware of, but I'm not aware of every
Damn it.
everyone either. So
Okay.
I'm sure.
So are we thinking? Are we thinking that we're gonna spend the night here, and then in the morning get up and then go on work out everything around the town, around the city, or are we having an evening out in the town?
Do we know if is there much need to do this grave robbing straight away, or is it sooner better than later? But I've got a bit of time to have a bit of a wander.
I mean, during dinner, Father Dumas will impress upon you his want to get the investigation underway as soon as possible. But he's not gonna force you to go and do it straight away. He wants to know what's happened. There is what's the word I'm looking for? Coming up soon is the longest night festival. It's in a few days' time, just shy of a week, I think it is, which will sort of shut down the city. It's like a city-wide party, and it will make it rather difficult to investigate. So he would rather you did it sooner than later.
So Solix is sat and he's looking at the thing, and he's muttering to himself. He's looking at the handout with the information as to where these things were taking place, and he will mutter aloud to everyone generally. It occurs to me that there appears to be some sort of pattern to these things. If these are truly in the order they were taken, it goes north, east, south, east, north. Which suggests to me that west is...
It also goes inside, outside, inside, outside.
Father Dumas, hearing this, will sort of motion over. I apologise if I have misled you. I'm not entirely sure in what order these were taken. These were reported to me over the course of the last few weeks, and I have collated the list. But there's no, the list isn't in chronological order.
You were so being smart, Solix.
Solix will let out a sigh and then pursue the exact same point as though he has not listened at all to Father Dumas. So what I'm saying is that what we should do is pick a graveyard and go and sit in it, right? And then wait for the grave robbers to come, and then get the grave robbers. Job done. Bob's your uncle.
I mean,
but Alex, do we know if they're robbing fresh graves or any grave? Because if it's fresh, that might be a good sort of pointer as to where we should go.
I
Father?
know, that's the bish.
Father, mother, somebody.
They're. I'm not entirely sure about their. No, I believe they're older graves, but not fresh. I couldn't attest to exactly when each one was, but they're not, as far as I'm aware, they're not. All...
Are they from affluent people, or there's anything special about the people?
Where's the list gone? Let's pull it up. So,
Because it might be someone. They might all be linked up. Someone might hold a grudge against all these families.
So the city of Corvus Northern Graveyard is, whilst it's not reserved for the rich, it costs a reasonable amount to bury your relatives within the city grounds. So that's more than likely to be not necessarily affluent, but you look middle class or higher. Whereas the Eastern Boneyard, just outside the city gate, that's where everybody else is interred if they don't have their own family plot.
So there's a real mixture.
Yeah, you've got farms outside the city. The Sunbright family on the Sunbright estate, if memory serves, is quite a big estate inside Southern Corvus. So yeah, that's gonna be an affluent one.
Is there only 2 graveyards then? The northern and the eastern?
2 official.
The rest of them.
There are only 2 official city graveyards. Yes, there are many other small plots.
Estate, yeah.
Yeah, there are small plots. I mean, here on the church grounds, we have plots as well. But fortunately there haven't been any grave robberies on the church grounds.
Tonight could be our lucky night.
I mean, yeah. I'm always up for a bit of a stakeout.
Can have some watches and stuff going on just to make sure.
Yeah.
What do you think, Father? That sound like a good idea?
I mean, it could be. The first one was taken about a month ago, and the last one was 3 days ago. So maybe they'll strike again. I couldn't honestly say. I mean, there are many people, staff and whatnot, that are around the church grounds. I doubt anyone would try robbing from here. But if you're here and you're staying overnight, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have somebody, one of your party, stay on watch as well.
I never sleep very well in these beds for humans anyway. I'll be sure I'll put 2 together to fit me in it. So I'll take the first watch. I'll sleep better under the tree anyway.
Okay.
I mean, I will stay awake.
I'll be happy to stay with you and keep some company just for the first watch.
I would appreciate that, Ingo. Thank you greatly.
Yeah.
I might climb up to the roof and keep an eye on the graveyard from up there.
Okay.
Is there any lead up on the roof?
So, are you guys settling in for the night here, and then heading into the city tomorrow to do your shopping and ask around?
Yeah, I
think so. Yeah.
I think if we settle in tonight, I would watch out in this graveyard here. Tomorrow morning we get up, we go and do our shopping and smooching around, and then we can, in the afternoon, evening, we can go around and have a look at the other places and see if there's anything afoot.
I think we should listen to the child with guns. For sure.
Kids with guns are never a bad thing.
Always try local taverns for any rumours or anything that we could hear.
I like that idea. Yeah.
And hey, ale.
Brilliant. So,
Well
what we'll do, it's 5 to 10. So we are going to take a 10-minute break now from 5 to until 5 past. And then we will resume our adventure with the first watch, with Solix and Ingo taking watch. we shall be back with you guys on the stream in 10 minutes. Enjoy your break.
No, I'm not ready. Oh wait.
James. We are live again. Thank you very much, everybody, for bearing with us over the break. For a quick recap, our plucky band of adventurers was hired to escort a caravan of trade goods from the town of Fellig to the city of Corvus. The 2-week journey went almost without incident when, in the last day, travelling through Widower's Wood, they were set upon by a plucky band of swamp gobbers. They were swiftly fended off, even though they managed to get away slightly with a little bit of loot, but they were swiftly taken care of, and the adventurers have now, minus one horse, made their way into Corvus, whereupon they met Father Dumas at the Church of Morrow in Corvus, and have been offered free board and lodgings at the church in return for investigating a series of grave robberies that have happened within the city and surrounding areas. Which is where we resume. The party has decided to take a couple of watches overnight around the church, just in case somebody attempts to rob a grave on church grounds. And then tomorrow they will be setting off into the city to spend some of their hard-earned gold from the escort mission and to investigate these grave robberies. So we will resume with Solix Darkroot. Sorry, Tom. Solix Darkroot and Ingo Etheridge on watch. If I could please have perception checks from the pair of you. Now, cool. Ingo, yours is going to be at disadvantage because you do not have dark vision. Unless.
Okay, how do I make a disadvantage?
On your character sheet, if you open it up, I will open up your character sheet on the stream so that people can see as well. There is a little toggle at the top above where your speed, initiative, and armor class are, where it says advantage, normal, and disadvantage. If you click one way or the other, it will roll your roll with that particular skew on it. So we will switch back to here. Nice.
Ingo, for someone that can't see enormously well in the dark, you perceive much. I presume that has something to do with your bagpipe playing.
In my years of playing bagpipes, I've learnt to watch the crowd to make sure they're having a good time, and I've learnt how to see things well through that.
You know much. I only play the humble bodhran myself.
Solid.
It's a solid percussive instrument for a percussive being. I think you'll agree. And no, I can never get a tune out of it though. You see, so.
Well, I look forward to the day of us playing in a tavern together. That would be most wonderful.
We will discuss names for our group later.
Perfect.
But as for now, I believe we have both perceived fairly well.
So yes, you have. You have been keeping a good watch through the early evening or late evening and early night time. There's a relatively steady in and out stream of traffic from people who are you expected to be there, staff from the church on their errands. Some quite late into the evening, but nothing suspect in the graveyard itself.
Apart from the trollkin and the bard.
Yes.
Just hanging out in the graveyard or something.
Yes, just hanging out in the graveyard. Who was taking the second watch? I believe Arwen was going to climb up onto the roof, which is fairly easy to get to.
Because Solix is not going to be sleeping in a human bed, rather than leaving the watch, he's just going to fall asleep at the end of his watch where he is because he's quite comfortable. He's leant against a tree, so I might see if I can do it against this tree here. He's leant against a tree so much that the tree's actually dislodged and uprooted slightly and sort of arced backwards, and sort of made quite a comfortable bed for him.
Okay.
I think he looks quite cozy as well.
Helga's just passed out on one of the pews. She's not even gone upstairs to the bed, she's just laid on a pew and gone to sleep.
Oh, if we're
Okay.
doing this to give you a full insight of what Glint's done before he's gone to bed, apparently on his own as well, which has given me full opportunity to do my body pack. It's like a face pack. I put it mainly on my abs, and there's a cucumber on each of them.
Like, hold on. Just for clarification for the chat, slices of cucumber or an entire cucumber? Slices. Okay, that's good.
I'll tell you what, I'll go and watch as well then with Arwen.
Okay.
Gobbo watch.
So Arwen climbs up to the roof. It's fairly easy to get to. There are passages up into the roof space and onto the roof for maintenance. So there's no need for any kind of checks. Are you on the west side or east side of the roof? It's a pitched roof. So are you sat right on the apex?
Is there a tower that I can effectively sit with my back against so that I don't stand out if I do sit on the apex?
Yep. I don't. Annoyingly, I've deleted it off the map because you guys went inside. There is a tower at the top end above the altar. There is a large square tower, so you can sit on the apex, resting your back against the tower if you so wish.
Yeah, and also I don't know whether my fellow gobbo will do this, but I'm going to strip down to my effectively my loincloth, so that I don't have any armour on, just showing skin. Take my short bow and arrows, and when I sit onto the roof with my back against, I'm going to try and change. Well, I'm going to change my skin colour so that I kind of blend in, and I'm not that visible. Chameleon.
Can you take a stealth check then, just so that we know how hidden you are? I believe you get advantage on that.
I do, yeah. 21.
21. Fantastic.
You are
Top.
very invisible.
Tok, how are you taking your watch?
So Tuck is going to be sitting on the steps here because he can see this one down here and see this gate here.
Yep.
However, he is going to be engraving and is probably not going to be paying full attention on the watch. Because he thinks, Wyn's got it. He's got it. He's got eyes of a hawk. I'll just give him a help every now and again.
So, if I could then have perception checks from the pair of you, Arwen at normal and Tok at disadvantage if you are engraving.
Ooh.
Nice. Keeping a good eye out.
Tongue out as well. Tongue's hanging out.
Tongue's hanging out as well. Awesome. So you don't notice anything untoward as people are going through. What you do see approaching back to the front door of the church, a young woman, elderly teenager, in a white dress. You saw her around earlier. She seemed to be part of the church, maybe not a staff member, but she's certainly has residence within the church, and she returns a little after midnight, back in through the front doors of the church, and at which point you've lost sight of her. But there was nothing to raise suspicion from that. She was just there. And your watch comes to a close. And is Glint and Helga taking your watch, or is Helga passed out and Glint is doing this on his own, or are you not taking a third watch? It's
Seem to have the impression that this was all covered. I don't apply the cucumbers if I'm going to get up. So.
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to have done. I mean, they've covered until probably about 4 a.m. It's not.
Cucumbers are on. I'm fine.
Okay. So you guys,
Helga's snoring is just going to get progressively louder.
Tok and Arwen, you have the option to extend your watch, but you won't gain the benefit of a long rest, or you can head off to bed at 4 a.m. and think that you're probably okay.
I'll extend it because I'm too busy engraving.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Okay.
You know how these youngsters are, they get involved in these things and just carry on, and then, oh, blow me, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, I haven't been to bed yet.
So, if you could then take another set of perception checks with the same penalties. Okay, Tok, you fall asleep after about an hour of your second watch. And the guys, when they wake up in the morning, they will find you curled up on the steps, cuddling your pistol, or whatever. I assume you were, like, etching into your pistol.
Yeah, it's cradled in me like a newborn into a mother.
Yeah.
There will be a lot of drool coming out as well.
Arwen, during your watch, you hear about an hour into your watch, you hear a little bit of a snuffle and a snore that swiftly disappears as Tok falls asleep. But the rest of your watch goes without anything, and the sun rises in the morning around about 6 o'clock, and it feels like time for breakfast.
I don't want to get up.
Yeah, no, Solix. Solix is comfortable, and the sound of Solix's snoring is probably louder than anything else, and he's just real comfortable against the tree. But you know, if the church is putting on breakfast, he could be persuaded to get up. But you know, it's got to be a fairly good smell.
Make a perception check for me, please.
Okie dokie. I wasn't ready.
Yeah, your nose sniffs out bacon.
Yeah, so I will wake up covered in drool, and we'll just automatically. I won't even say good morning to anyone. I'll just walk to where the food is, sit down, and start eating it.
Fantastic.
So Helga's just going to be laid there on a pew like, do I have to get up? Then she'll smell the food and be like, probably should get up.
And in quite opposite fashion, I'm going to burst into the room. Morning! How's everybody doing? Are we all well rested? Are we ready for a raring day in the town? I know
You
I
get
am.
thick eyes from Helga.
Yeah, well, if you had taken a watch, some of us wouldn't have been sat up all night. And he glares at your cucumber that's discarded on the floor near to where you slept.
That's true.
Tok's sitting there at the table with a sausage in his mouth like a cigar, engraving still.
Brilliant.
What happened? What happened, Tok? I could hear you snoring.
Yeah, I don't know. I got involved in the engraving a bit, and I think I just zoned out. That fight took out a bit more than what I thought it would have. I'll be alright. I'll be right. I'm fine. At least we did a watching it.
And Ingo will start playing the morning bagpipe song.
bit
I was going to look at Ingo and glare because he's got a headache, he's tired, and he doesn't need that music blaring out.
Just make sure everyone's awake and ready.
I'm gonna clock the friendly looking Glint and the happy looking Glint as he walks in. Regard his shiny abs, and look down at myself. I can't even see my own. I'm a really really big dude, and so I'm gonna look down, and then I've got so much bacon in my mouth that like bits are just like falling out, and then I will swallow it and say, "Brother Glint, they've got the pig skin that they do the fry on, and then get this in you. Look, you're wasting away, lad."
Well, okay. You don't have to ask me twice. Let's gobble some meat. Close enough. Good.
Okay,
Good.
so
that's breakfast, everyone.
that is indeed. You guys have a hearty breakfast. Everybody can have the benefit of a long rest except for Tok and Arwen.
Oh, cool. So that means that my lay on hands power is fully replenished.
It is. Anybody who was low on health
Good.
is now back to full health. I believe you were already. And those that have had a long rest replenish their hit dice.
The healer's back, ladies.
Okay, and you said the first thing you were planning to do was head into town or into the city to do a bit of shopping.
Yeah.
Shopping!
We will head you into a section. You've been given directions, so it's easy enough to find. Part of the merchants' quarters. Do me a favour and pretend you can't see in any of the buildings for now.
Buildings.
Sure.
What lovely roofs! Oh, gorgeous!
Look at the tiling on that. Oh.
If I'm being honest, I forgot about you guys heading into town, so I didn't actually upload any maps. So while you guys were at the church, the stream will have seen me uploading this, sizing it, and getting it ready for you.
Behind the scenes.
So you come into a market square with people milling around. There's a few street traders trying to flog their wares, and James.
Sorry.
There's 11 quotes so far, and I'm guessing 90% of them are you.
I mean, this is it. If you lot are thinking I'm saying anything untoward, you're filth. I'm family friendly.
So yeah,
Is that a thatch roof I see over there? Oh, look at that thatch roof.
Moving on.
That's lovely, that is.
you can see it's a fairly affluent, sort of fairly a decent area of town. So you've got signage on the outside of buildings. You can see there is a blacksmith stroke.
Where? Where?
I knew that was coming. So the
Where's the filthy hobbitses?
the blacksmith.
Please tell me it's this building.
Is that up there? So the blacksmith is up here.
Where?
The
Where?
top left.
Top left.
I can't see it.
Top left.
I know.
On your left hand side.
Aha! Helga's off.
So up there. So you got a blacksmith there. Right. Come on.
She's off.
Behave yourself. There's a door. So there appears to be a door into an adjoining shop, but you can definitely see the smoke coming out of a forge to the left-hand side of it. You've got a bookshop. You've got a general goods shop. Within this area, you've got most things an adventurer would need. So what sorts of things are you after?
Yoink.
The
I'm
blacksmith.
looking for an armourer's.
An armourer. So the blacksmith.
A gun thing, gunsmithing place.
So in this area, the blacksmith stroke weapon shop next door is probably your best bet. It seems to be sort of from the signage outside. It looks like it's probably weapons of all description with an attached blacksmith. So whether they buy in the other bits and pieces they need or whatnot, but it looks to be a general weapons shop, ranged and melee. Okay, so we'll deal with the weapon shop first then. Tok, are you after just some rounds?
I'm just
for your
after
pistol?
some more rounds, yeah.
Okay. They are book value. Have you got that in front of you?
Hold on. 5.
Arwen, did you run off with them to the blacksmith?
Yeah.
That's okay. And I feel bad about not watching, so I will talk to you momentarily if you are interested in a little idea that I may have for you.
So it's 3 gold pieces for 10 bullets.
Yeah.
So I'm going to chuck down. I'm going to buy 50 bullets
Okay.
for 15 GP.
Yep, that's grand.
And I've got to quickly nip AFK a second.
That is not a problem. So yeah, bullets are fairly easy to come by. The difference with for those in the chat and those who aren't aware in the stream, it's not actually gunpowder that fires bullets. They are an alchemical blasting powder, which is 2 powders separated by a small barrier, which when the charge is initiated, that barrier is breached and the powders are free to mix, at which point they ignite. It functions similar to gunpowder, but it is actually magical. There is a magical element to it, for those that weren't aware. So they are, whilst they are fairly common in big cities, they are slightly harder to come by in smaller villages and towns because the crafting of them needs an alchemist with knowledge of magic. So yeah, whilst in Corvus you're probably pretty sound at being able to get what you need.
That's great. So I'm just taking in the sights. I'm just gonna. Solix is gonna stand sort of in the middle of things. Let out a fairly loud whistle. Is it quite a bustling sort of environment, or lots of people around?
Yeah, I mean it's still relatively early, but there are definitely. I'm not going to put them all on a map because it will probably make everybody lag. But you're probably looking at least your size. You're going to have to sort of not push, but carefully walk your way through. If you don't want to step on people.
Yeah. But what I will do is, I feel that there is perhaps quite a lot of people catching my eye. Although Trollkin probably lots around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of Trollkin out in the crowd. They're not necessarily armoured like you are. If they're mooching about, but they're good labourers. There's also the odd Ogryn in the crowd who are bigger than you still. So Trollkin are not an uncommon sight. However, the amount of armour you are wearing isn't. It makes you stand out, but not to the point where people would be necessarily standing in awe at you being there.
That's good. That's good. So I will basically just stand and be happy to be blending in.
Cool.
Is there any taverns in this vicinity?
Yes. Do we have it? So we'll make this end the tavern.
Sure.
We'll ignore most of like the contents, but you've got like a seated area for dining in. You've got pumps and taps over this way, and then you've got access elsewhere to lodgings for the rest of it.
It's just
a theme bar.
Hipster cathedral bar.
It's a theme bar.
Yeah, it's a themed bar. Yeah.
So I'm going to suggest to Solix, I have a plan. We could go and ask in the bar and see if we can find any rumours or anything about what's been going on lately. What the others are doing their thing. Would you come and help me? There's a beer in it for you.
You had me at beer, although that was the last thing you said. So I will definitely come along with you for that.
Is Glint you in a vicinity that I can be like? I can get up to you and be like, "Do you want to come and there's a beer?" If you just go up to people and see if there's any rumours.
I am. I would like to just try something with Arwen if he's about.
No problem. Come join us when you're ready.
Will do. And at which point can I go and grab Arwen?
Let's go.
May I?
Can be in here, yeah.
Yep, heading into the. So we'll head back to Helga because she went into the blacksmith first, and I apologise, I skipped over her. What were you wanting to do in the blacksmith?
Can I speak to your blacksmith, my friend?
He's currently busy at the forge. I can take him a message, and maybe he can come out in a half an hour or so. If you're sticking around.
I'll wait.
Okay. So you
stand in the corner.
Yep, you can stand in the corner. Not a problem at all. So we'll flip to Glint and Arwen.
Hey, Arwen. I'm truly sorry for making you stretch, and I know what you like, and I know that I can put on a good enough performance to be a little bit of a distraction if you are interested.
I would appreciate the assistance in my acquisition of shiny things.
It is a worthy cause, my little friend. Absolutely. And I'm all in the name of fun, so I'm going to go over to the fountain. I'm going to do some juggling, and I pull out a short sword, and it's like, I'm going to swallow this. And so
I'll work the crowd.
I knew you'd get what I was on about. So yes, I'd like to try and get a few people watching me doing some blade performance.
Okay.
And I will assess potential acquisition targets and do a little bit of dipping.
Sorry, chat. That was my notifications. I've just muted them. Okay, awesome. Back in the room. Glint,
Just as they leave,
if you can make
Helga's
a.
gonna raise an eyebrow.
Sorry, say again, Helga.
As they leave, that Helga's gonna raise an eyebrow. What are they up to?
Okay, Glint, if you can make a performance check for me to see how well you grab the crowd's attention. Nice. So, you guys are going to put on a half-hour show, something like that? Is that about?
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Sounds fitting for the story, doesn't it? How convenient.
Shut up, you. So, Arwen,
Taking their coin purses out
with
and
that,
sort of
with
look
that
at the big
roll,
coin purses.
if you can make a, what we're looking at,
Sleight of hand.
yeah, sleight of hand's a skill, isn't it? Yes, sleight of hand check at advantage because 24, nice.
Oof.
So,
Money, money.
Glint, you are legitimately thrown 14 gold pieces over your half hour, or the equivalent of. I'm not a stickler for here's some silver, here's some gold. I work on gold as a pound, silver's 10p, and copper's a penny. And you can, when you're thrown money, you are thrown a sort of smattering of the lot. So you always have. Huh?
I need to get this change. No, I'm joking.
Yes.
We get you.
Yeah, so the equivalent of 14 gold pieces, and Arwen, you managed to scrounge together. Oh, that didn't feel as good. 20 gold pieces from your extracurricular activities.
Pretty good.
Position.
That's pretty good for half an hour.
I'll just, as I walk away from the crowd, I'm going to look back at you performing. I'm just going to wink and a little thumbs up and a smile. I'm heading towards the tavern.
I'm going to shout. I'm not.
Fantastic. So, during that half-hour performance, Solix and Ingo have been in the tavern, or have entered the tavern at the beginning of the half hour. How are you proceeding?
So I'm going to walk. Sorry, go on. You go first, Ingo.
Just before we enter, I'm going to be like, look, I'll go in and I will perform for the bar. Trust me, I'll be able to get the barman to agree to it. While I'm in there performing, people are getting drunk and things. You just ask if you've heard any rumours, if you've heard anything going on, as subtly as you can. But you will have plenty of drinks by me, don't you worry.
So the aim here, Ingo, is subtlety.
As subtle as you can be. I'm going to be a bit busy, but yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Look, I don't mean to be funny, but you look like the possibility of a person who could maybe be doing this. Maybe you could convince some people that you're trying to join them.
Ah. I don't fully understand.
Okay. Have fun.
Have fun.
Beer
Now,
and...
Ingo, you had me at fun.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. So, with that, we'll enter, and I'm going to go straight to the barkeep. And so I've got by popular demand, which is basically I can barkeeps or whoever, they're more than happy because I'm known for playing music and stuff a bit.
Yep. That's great.
They're more than happy for me to stand play, and they'll be like, "Yeah, beer's free on us," by Dion's discretion, obviously. But that's my aim, to get beer and stuff flowing.
That is fantastic. Yeah, go for it. So if you make your performance roll, let's see how well you get the crowd going.
Gosh, it's going to be
Am I just doing performance here? No.
Yes, please.
Do I get no advantage?
So performance, are you proficient in it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because that would probably be the same as just asking you to play the instrument which you're proficient in. Yeah.
So just normal, yeah?
Correct. So yes.
Why can't I find performance? There it is. That's not good.
I mean, you play a merry tune, but it doesn't. It's early in the morning, and the crowd isn't obviously up for getting too rowdy on it. It's a nice, pleasant performance, and
So whilst Ingo is playing, I'm going to glance over at him and wink and mouth, "Have fun." And then I'm going to go up to the bar, and with my giant meat fist hand, I'm going to smack it down as hard as possible in an attempt to intimidate as many people as possible, and will then shout at the top of my lungs, "Who knows about the grave robberies?"
okay.
That's when bagpipe music stops.
Please, can you roll an intimidation check for me?
Subtle as a brick.
No, I think a brick would be subtler.
Why did I think the Trollkin would be able to help me at this?
I don't know, but I have a funny feeling you won't be asking him again.
No.
So,
But it might have worked.
Solix, everybody at the bar just stops, turns and looks at you. The serving lady drops the tray of drinks that she is holding, and they scatter across the floor. Glasses smashing and tankards tumbling everywhere. The barkeep looks at you, mouth completely agape, but utterly terrified of you and unable to speak a word. Nobody appears to be forthcoming with any information. They're all literally just staring at you at this point.
Ingo, I don't think anyone knows anything.
I think you're right, and I don't think anyone's going to know anything ever. I'm just shocked.
And then I'm gonna look at the barman and just say, "Do you have a menu?"
He scrabbles under the bar, and just you can hear everything just fall behind the bar as he's just his fingers are trembling. But he stands up and sort of juggles with this menu and catches it and hands it over to you.
Thank you, sweetheart. And I will very quickly peruse it and be like, "I will have a mead for me and a mead for my friend who plays the bagpipes, and we better get a jug of mead for everyone that I just scared a bit with my loud voice. How much is all that?"
Okay. Bear with me.
Do you want some finger sandwiches as well?
I have spare cucumber.
I don't know if it helps, but the by popular demand skill says that I get food and beer paid for.
So
I might have ruined that.
well, no, he was providing you with some food to start with, but Solix he's happy to provide you and Solix with your beer, but Solix has offered to buy everybody
A round of drinks.
a round of drinks to say sorry for scaring them. Food and drinks.
I will turn and look at everyone and go, "We're all friends, of course, aren't we? All friends."
So a mug of ale costs 4 copper. There's probably 20 people in the bar at the moment, so it's 80 copper, so that's 8 silver. 0.8.
Okay.
Yeah, 0.8 gold.
Okay. I will. That's fine. I will buy that for everyone.
Fantastic. Okay, so that is.
Just say, "Do you have change for a gold?" Obviously, sorry, that's silly.
Okay, at the end of this half-hour period, we'll switch back to Helga in the tavern, in the blacksmith. sooty and sweat covered, the blacksmith comes out from the back room.
So Ian,
Please be a dwarf. Please be a dwarf. Please be a dwarf.
Not a dwarf. Not a dwarf.
Aww.
Human male. Steps out from the back. He's covered in sweat. My assistant tells me you were after speaking to the blacksmith. Can I ask you to make it quick? I can take a short break, but I do need to get back to the forge.
I would very much like a battle axe.
A battle
Made
axe?
for a dwarf.
Made for a dwarf. Okay. None of these off the shelf take
They're
your fancy.
slightly too big.
Okay. Well, I can adapt. I can adapt one of them for you if that's something.
Can Helga just quickly grab a parchment piece of paper and draw it out with it already being a blacksmith? And be
Yes.
like, you need to make it like this.
Okay. So you're commissioning a custom battle axe.
Yes, in a way.
Okay.
A normal battle axe is 10 gold. I don't know how much a commissioned battle axe would be.
Well, I mean, it depends. Would you be happy with him getting as close as he can by adapting one off the shelf, or are you specifically after a custom battle axe? Completely custom.
Custom.
Okay. So that will be 25 gold, but it's also going to take me 3 days to do.
Okay. Fine.
So I'll need to take a deposit of 10 gold.
She just chucks him the 25.
Okay.
I'm going to take it, otherwise I'll spend it at the bar.
He motions to his assistant to the shopkeep to write her up a receipt, and he scribbles down on a piece of parchment and hands it over to you, with an order number and whatnot. Please bring this back with you, otherwise I won't be able to redeem your purchase.
Okie dokie. I am now going to the bar.
Okay.
I shall see you in 3 days, my friend.
So you have now all met up at the bar.
Just every time someone walks in, I'm just going to be shaking my head.
Whenever anyone walks in, I'm going to be getting slightly more drunk every time, and I'll be like, "Brother Owen, you'll never guess what I did." and Ingo will have heard me regale the story to everyone over and over again, and every time I'll like slap the barman on the back, probably hurting him more than anything else. But I'm trying to do it affectionately. But I'm sort of being quite happily explaining what's happening.
The barman's a beefy guy. He's taking it in his stride. He wants to get you out, but he was also thoroughly intimidated by you and feels that if he were to turf you out, he might suffer for it. Everybody else gets that impression. Solix, you believe that he thoroughly wants you to stick around and drink as much as you can.
Helga's going to go up to the bar and ask for their finest red wine.
Okay, finest red wine. Coming right up. Wine. A bottle or a pitcher?
What's the price difference?
Finest wine in a bottle is 10 gold pieces. So a glass of wine would be 2.
Glyn,
I'll just have the glass.
when you ask for the glass, Glyn puts across 10 gold and goes, "Finest wine, you have good taste, and only a dwarf has that good of a taste. I'll buy the wine."
Okay.
I'll buy the bottle.
Fair enough. 2 glasses with that bottle.
Of course.
So you've all met up in the bar. You all have something to drink.
Breakfast wine.
11. It's like 11's is wine at this point.
Yeah, 11's is wine.
We're on Bucks
I
Fizz.
wouldn't drink the water here anyway, so it's probably fine. So
It's Bucks Fizz. Fine.
What are you doing?
How's the wine? It's fine.
I'm currently engraving bullets on bullets now.
I'm just sat next to Glint, just drinking this wine.
It's good.
I'm checking for any acquisition possibilities in the near vicinity.
So you'll notice that everybody is keeping a very wary eye on your party at this point. There may or may not be a 7-8 foot tall reason for that.
Obviously, we noticed this, don't we? I would have seen that.
Yeah, everybody's keeping a wary eye, and whenever Solix gets up to move around, people flinch.
Then I very much would jump up on the stool to become similar height to him, tiptoe up, just give him a quick kiss on the cheek, and be just like, "You're doing good today," and then sit down.
Thank you, Brother Glyn.
So, have we found anything out about these grave robberies then?
No.
Nobody knows anything. No one knows. I asked everyone in one go.
Everybody in
We
one
found
go,
out-
that's impressive.
Yeah, we found out nobody here knows anything about them. That's about the extent that we got to.
Can I scan my eyes across the tavern and just see if there's anyone that might appear to know more, but won't say anything because of the 8-foot guy who's just terrified them all?
Sure. What were you looking for there?
Just before you do, I'm going to stand up and stretch and say, I'm going to take a leak, and then walk out to the facilities out the back.
Okay, make an insight check, I think we're going to call for on that one.
Okay.
Is the facilities out the back an alley?
It's this tree.
12.
So, you notice that people visibly relax as Solix leaves the room, but nobody seems to be particularly shady. Nobody is, hiding more than anybody else.
I'll wander up to the bar
Okay.
and try and climb up onto a stool because it's quite a bit higher than me.
It is, but
They're not higher than me, but
Yeah,
take a
gobbers
bit of a
aren't
climb.
unheard of. They are sort of everywhere. So there are allowances in a lot of places for you've got a not a box, but you've got one end of the bar has a few steps to raise you up, so you can at least see over the bar and speak on a level.
And I'll turn around to the barman and go, "Excuse me, sir. I know my friend, my acquaintance, friends are loose with. He's obviously made he's made an impression on everybody. We've been told that there's someone doing something dodgy in Graves, and we're just looking for a bit of information so we can report back to one of the churches. Do you know anything about it?"
I'm afraid I don't. Sorry,
I'll
it's not
slide
really
across 5 gold towards him to try and...
He'll slide it back. Honestly, I don't waste your money. I'm not trying to have you on or anything. It's a big city. I know of a few graveyards around town, but you'd have to have somebody far more in touch with, far more with their ear to the ground than me to know anything like that. This area of town isn't anywhere that sort of talk would take place.
Right, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much for your help. Sorry for the commotion. And I'll wander back and carry on engraving.
Being an acquisition expert, I'm going to use my knowledge of fellow acquisition experts to see if there's anyone in the bar that seems to be a potential brother, and I will use my acquisition signage and acquisition language to see if anyone picks up on it and sort of indicates back to me.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
I just love how you're trying to call it thieves' cant.
yeah.
Acquisition language, like Del Boy and Rod, isn't it? Monch 2 Rodders, Monch 2.
So, unfortunately, you can't pick out anybody in the bar who appears to be picking up on your signals.
Can Helga... I'm assuming there's groups of people in this bar, so they're stood in small groups.
Stood, sat. There's tables and there's places to stand. There's like groups of 2, groups of 3. There's
Helga's just gonna like bounce between the groups and just ask like, we've all suffered losses, haven't we? And I'm assuming your loved ones are now buried. As you can tell from my friend, there is a slight bit of issue. Do you know of the groundskeep for the cemeteries by any chance? Or who tends to the cemeteries?
Okay. Make a investigation roll, please.
Yeah, no.
I mean, don't assume no. It depends on what you're asking and where you're asking it.
Surely someone's got to know if there's a groundskeep. Surely.
Yeah. You told. Yeah. The northern graveyard, the one in the city where the well-off people get buried. I know there's a. I can't remember his name, but yeah, there's a caretaker. I'm sure he lives in a little building in the middle of the cemetery. He lives on site. I'm sure he does.
And in the eastern?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I mean, it's outside the city. I don't often go outside the city, but I imagine there might be, but also it's outside the city, so maybe there isn't.
I'm guessing townsfolk don't travel out of the city much.
It depends on the townsfolk you're talking to. I mean, I work in the city and I live in the city, and I generally don't go out much. But there's people who go out to the farms. There's hunters who go off to the woods and bring their catch back. You'll find many people go out of the city, but I don't imagine they frequent the graveyard unless they've got a loved one there.
Okay. And just,
oh, sorry, go on.
okay. I'm gonna say just a final thing. Do you know the location of any of these families? And she just shows them the list of names.
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you. Sorry.
That couldn't tell me or won't tell me.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know the information you're after. Sorry.
With that, I'm gonna come walking back in and go, I wouldn't go out there for a few minutes, lads. That turkey's gone right through me.
You took a. Ugh. Okay, I'll go back to engraving.
You did well there, Jace. You did well there.
I did.
You did well. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. I did line that up for you. Sorry.
Self-control.
See you later.
You're going to sneak mode.
You did very well. Well, I don't know. Carry on.
We'll come back in 3 months' time. The tree's 12 foot tall. It's grown out.
So it's getting towards late morning at this point.
Got that good morning buzz on. Good.
I think we ought to go and take a look at one of the graveyards, see if there's anything.
Yeah.
Maybe the most recent one. There's probably more likely for us to find something there. More recent.
I think this area's a bit too. I think this area's a bit too well to do for knowing who would be pilfering from graves.
We could go down to the docks.
Helga will just come back and be like, by the sounds of it, there's a groundskeeper who lives in the northern cemetery who lives directly in the centre. For the eastern, not so much. They don't know because they don't travel out of the city much. So there could be a groundskeeper there, but there might not be.
The northern one sounds good to me if we could find someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Probably know about the southern one as well.
There's a southern one.
There were only 2 graveyards. The rest were either at family farms or on an estate that's in southern Corvus.
Right.
The Sunbright family at the Sunbright estate. You literally got to go up to the house. So yeah, there will be somebody there to speak to. The 2 ones at the farms, there's a good chance the family is still there at the farm. So again, you can speak to them. The northern graveyard, you found out that there is a caretaker who lives on site, and the eastern boneyard, you're not sure. You may just have to go and have a look around.
I think it'd be easy to speak to someone, so possibly go down to either the northern graveyard
the north.
or Bright.
The northern graveyard sounds like the place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, looking at it, you'd probably there'd be more graves at the northern graveyard than there would be in people's estates. People's estates are more picky in who they bury. They're not going to bury people from outside the family, are they? So, whereas the northern graveyard is going to be more of a municipal.
Again, the child with the guns is correct. Let's go ask some questions.
I will slam down my empty cup and pat the barman on the back one more time and say, "It has been a pleasure visiting your themed cathedral establishment, my friend. I wish you well in your endeavours. I wish all of you well in your endeavours. To the North Graveyard!" I will shout as I will jog out of the building.
Everybody winces at that, but Tox playing around with guns has actually deafened him a little bit, so he thinks he's not.
Helga's just gonna follow him and be like, he needs supervision.
Arwen's going to say under his breath, "I wish he'd stop telling everyone what we're doing."
So, heading to the northern graveyard. It's about a half-hour trek across the city. I need to put you guys on the map. That would help. There we go. So you head to the northern graveyard. This is still within the city limits, but this area of the city appears to have been very early on denoted for a graveyard, and as a result, the greenery is still there. There's still grass. There's still mud paths and trees around it. However, beyond those trees, it's very much built up. So it's like it's a bit of a weird Eden in the middle of the city with the greenery.
Oh, it's pretty. Or is it eerie?
Yes.
No,
it's kind of pretty.
It's not eerie. It's well maintained. The paths are pretty good. This is a small section of it. It is bigger than this, but this is towards the middle where you were instructed that you were probably going to find the caretaker.
I'm guessing this is the caretaker's hut.
That appears to be a building with normal doors. The other two stone structures to the side appear to be larger sort of stone mausoleum crypt type buildings. Helga's just charging straight in.
Well, no, I'm gonna knock. I'm gonna give it a nice knock.
I'm gonna as Helga goes off ahead, I'm gonna stand back, chuckling to myself quite a lot, and then look over at Glint and be like, the house is in the dead centre of the graveyard.
I walk past Ingo and go, "I think we need to get this bloke a helmet."
Too late.
You're probably right.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, you did great before Glint. Not Glint, sorry. Snorlax, you're just fantastic.
Thanks.
Solid.
Nearly Snorlax. Then I love that. That's more similarities.
Can I go around and have a look, see if there's any signs of disturbed gravy?
Yeah, I'm with Tok.
Okay, so Tok and Glint are going to have a look around.
I'm going to have a look at this mausoleum at the top.
Okay.
I know you would be.
I'm just going to give it a knock at the door.
And Helga's going to have a knock at the door. Fantastic. Glint and Tok make some investigation checks for me as you're searching around.
Mon plaisir. Why do I do this?
It's really pretty around here.
You're looking for...
Yep, definitely a graveyard.
You're looking for Sylvia's and Monsomata family. So the Silvers family and I'm not even going to keep trying to pronounce that word.
Yeah, I see.
Monsonata.
That one.
So during your investigations around the graves, walking around this section of the graveyard, you do happen to bump into somebody wearing up here, wearing what appears to be the uniform of the City Watch, but also armour and armaments of the Signaran military.
With a shovel.
No shovel. He is kneeling in front of a grave. It has not been disturbed.
Could you just point at where that is again for me? Sorry.
That is over here.
Oh, he's there. I see him. I see him.
I'm just going to keep knocking at this door.
I feel like I'd be respectful enough to let them stand in front of their grave for a bit if they're not saying anything. Try and catch their eye a little.
Yeah. Okay. So he appears to be saying something briefly, and then he stands up and backs away and catches your eye. Good day to you,
My friend. I couldn't help but notice sad times. It's a graveyard, I'm aware. Recent loss?
Not too recent, but still raw. My wife.
Oh, you were married?
Yes, I was.
It's not for everyone, but it's okay. It's fine. You'll be okay. Do you clearly look the part, military-wise? Do you patrol around here as well?
He introduced himself as Captain Hellstrom. He is a captain in the City Watch. So personally, he doesn't do the patrolling.
But a captain.
But his men do patrol. His division isn't in this part of town, but the Watch do patrol. They don't generally patrol the graveyard. Not a lot normally goes on here, but they do. They wander the entrances and exits.
So I'd reassure him that the various people that are now walking around this graveyard, which may look like a bit of an odd bunch just wandering around looking, are here at the behest of Friar Tuck.
Father Dumas.
That's the one. And if he is indeed aware of any of these grave robberies, and also, if he's just aware. We've just been asked to help out. We're not stepping on any watch toes.
I had heard, yes, Father Dumas and I, we've got a friendship, and I was aware of it, but unfortunately, with the Longest Night festival coming up, the Watch has got no manpower spare. I did advise the father actually to seek aid from somebody not of the Watch. We've got so many preparations to do to make sure that the city doesn't go to rotten ruin during the festival. Unfortunately, we've not got the manpower to spare for what is, or what could well just be simple grave robberies. Unfortunately, we've only got so many men.
Simple grave robberies. Yeah. No. Yeah. Simple. Cool. Sad times. Well, don't mind us. We're going to be asking around some questions. Any other information that you have or you discover for us, just send it up to Father Depointe, and it's all good.
I'm glad the father managed to find somebody to investigate. If I find any more information, I will send it to him. Thank you for your service to the church.
No, yes, for the church.
And with that, the captain heads off out of the graveyard.
Helga's still knocking on this door.
That's right. I will come back to you. So you haven't been knocking the whole time, but yes, I will come back to you.
You're knocking on heaven's door.
I'm still. I've wandered around and I'm still sort of chuckling, and every now and again I go, "Dead center."
Okay, so you are knocking at the door. It is swiftly opened by a... Where is he? An ancient but spry man who appears, much more nimble than his age would imply. Hello, my name is Gumbrocker. What can I do for you?
Hello, my friend. We have been sent by the church by Father
Dumas.
that one.
Dimog.
Never
Crouch
known.
up, Bish.
The fish.
About the recent grave robberies. We know that Sylvans and the family graves have been robbed here.
So it was more specifically, it was Moira Monsonata and Kel Silver. I'm well aware of them. We've cleaned up the grave sites though, and patched everything back up. But the bodies, they were taken on the same night, exactly 2 weeks ago.
So they were one of the first ones to get taken. I'm guessing.
So remembering back to the conversation with Father Dumas, I may have read a bit while we were on break. The first robbery took place a month ago, so this is probably about halfway through.
So hearing this conversation happening, I'm going to come up behind and just stand behind Helga.
Are these graves recent? Are they quite old? Are they?
No. Each of them, they've both been dead for almost 10 years.
Damn.
Were they buried with anything of interest? Perhaps jewels or great family treasures?
I'm afraid, although I've been working this graveyard for over 50 years, I can't remember everything that was everybody that was interred here. Nothing sticks out in my memory, unfortunately.
Do you know much about the families at all, or were they just another number put in this grave?
I couldn't really tell you. Like I said, 50 years is a long time. It's a lot of bodies. It's a lot of graves. I can't really tell you the ins and outs on any of them.
Do you know roughly at what time they were taken? Because
Uh,
I'm assuming you're here all the time, so.
yeah, I am, but they were taken at night time, while I was asleep. So I couldn't. I woke up the next morning and doing my rounds, and I found the two sites had been opened up, and the bodies were gone.
Were the sites close together, or are they quite far away?
I mean, they weren't massively far away, but they weren't next to each other either. I couldn't tell you more than that, to be fair. I don't really know much else.
She looks at Ingo and like, yeah, I'm out of questions now.
Where are the graves that were whereabouts in this graveyard? Are they? That were...
So one of them, the Monsonata was over here.
Yeah.
And the Kel Silver was... No, sorry, not that one. Over here, on this side. So they weren't massively far apart. They were within this section. There are a few more sections like this that make up the whole graveyard. But...
Very close.
Have you perchance had a sorcerer come by to detect if there's been any foul play at the grave sites, or whether we would be able to maybe sort of make those kind of investigations ourselves?
We haven't. Feel free, but I mean it was 2 weeks ago. Whether any residual magics are, even if it was done, please feel free. I mean the grave sites have been repaired and restored so that the loved ones can pay their respects at the tombstone. But please be my guest.
Did you notice anybody of dodginess coming in?
No. It's. I mean, this graveyard is quite a respectable part of town still, and we don't we don't really get a lot of untoward behaviour, but no, nothing of note, nothing I can remember.
Helga's gonna go off and investigate this tomb.
I'm stumped, guys. So I'll sit down here and do some engraving.
Well,
If all
why don't
else
we just
fails,
try
engrave.
What was that, Glyn?
Why don't we try another watch? We could search the one. We'll just stay another night here, looking on. If anything happens here, great. If not, we move on to another one.
Thanks for volunteering to take a watch, Glint.
Well, if I know in advance, I can do it at the start and cucumber up later.
I'm eyeing up some of the trees around, and I rub my hands together and go, "Yeah, we could do another watch here, all right."
So it's, it's still very early afternoon. You've got plenty of time left in the day to go elsewhere in the city.
Are we going to check on one of the family's houses?
Or can we check the one of the other main graveyard?
Yeah, I want to check this grave down here.
So yeah, you can have a look at the graves that were dug up. They have been covered over. It's been 2 weeks, so the soil has settled, but no grass has regrown over it. But there's nothing. I mean, make an investigation roll if you wish, or Arcana if you are specifically looking for magical stuff.
I'm actually better at Arcana.
You can roll Arcana if you want as well.
I don't
fine.
think it's going to be much better. Actually, yeah, it is.
That's good, Arcana.
Cool.
That is better. Arcana.
You cannot detect. So it's not that you can't detect anything. You can detect that there is no magic.
Okay.
Can I look at the tombstone and see if it's got any engravings on it, like about her? So do you know, like it says "in loving memory of" or?
Yeah, sure.
Is there anything on her tombstone like that says anything about her?
Great person. Okay, boy.
Better in death than in life.
Not that. No, there's nothing that catches your eye. It literally says in loving memory. That's the Monsanata. So that's wife and mother, and dates of birth and death, and yeah, to confirm that the death was about 10 years ago.
Have they fixed the tombstone or have they just covered it?
So the tombstone was never broken. The grave was dug up, the headstone was never broken.
Okay, fair.
I wonder if the families might have had a grudge against them, but that might not answer it for everybody. I got a feeling this is just some untoward. He's wandering around, just grabbing stuff out of graves and
Nabbing bodies.
But why specific people?
well, each to their own. I mean, you could say they're quite easy. They're on the outskirts of this area. The bloke who lives in this hut, he's not that close to them, is he? So they could be quite easily pinched. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't robbed a grave before, so I'm not really an expert in this field or yard. Probably yard.
I suggest we go and look at the other graveyard, see what's going on over there.
I mean, I'm all up for that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take your leave of Gumbrocker, and he says, "Please, if you find out what happened, I'd quite like to know. But I'm sorry, I don't have any more information for you." And you head off to the Eastern Boneyard. It does take you a couple of hours to get over there, so it's good mid-afternoon at this point, because it's outside the city as well. And it's so this pathetic place is where the poor bury their dead. Only the wealthy landowners have family plots inside the city, and the northern graveyard is home to the more middle-class occupants. The rest of Corvus plants their dead in this dreary, mucky boneyard a mile outside of the eastern city gate. Let's put you on the Eastern Boneyard.
Coming in from the
Yeah, down there, that'll do.
This place, I'm pleased to say, also has trees.
I've noticed the trees here.
But it's so filthy.
Trees or makeshift
Ruined.
beds.
Right, the stench of death fills the air and the ground is littered with improvised grave markers and bone fragments. I honestly could not find a rubbish enough graveyard to represent this particular graveyard.
Arwen's feeling particularly homely at the moment.
There does not appear to be any kind of caretaker. There doesn't appear to be any buildings. It's literally just a smattering graves. It seems like anybody just tried to find somewhere to bury their dead rather than there are actually plots. You can see where there's occasionally been the attempt to distance oneself, and then maybe somebody's thought, "Oh, I can fit one in there," and they've dug in between these two slightly further apart plots. It is a real haphazard mishmash of graves.
I'm going to go and have a wander around, see if I can see if there's any.
Okay, so if you anybody wandering around looking for anything amiss, make an investigation roll for me.
I want to try and find this Hopless family's grave.
Okay, so investigation for yourself then.
Yoink.
I'm going to take a deep breath in and deep breath out and be
Shiver.
Solix has this big belief that everything happens for a reason, and that everything happens because it happens and it's meant to happen, and all that kind of thing. So he isn't enormously perturbed by any of this. He very much considers death as part of life, and so takes a deep breath in and looks over at Ingo and says, "Smell that, Ingo. That is the smell of life."
I think it's the smell of the opposite of life, but I get your sentiment.
It just smells bad.
Yeah.
What smells bad, the graveyard or Solix?
That's probably why he can't smell the graveyard.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good. He's obviously got his eyes closed as well.
As I was taking a breath in, I closed my eyes and I forgot to look around.
So, Tok, in your investigations, you do manage to find the Hopless grave. It is still dug up. Nobody has fixed it. You find the grave marker reads Ham Hopless. Ham for Ham Hopless. Whilst you guys are searching around, and as Tok finds the grave, you also come across a very unkempt, half mad, and I'm trying to find a reasonable token for this person. Oh, nobody looks mad enough. Yeah, you'll do. Individual who seems a bit skittish, but appears to be to looking you over. He's a little bit threadbare. He's looking a little bit hungry, a little bit emaciated, and he appears to just be wandering around the graveyard.
I'm going to take out a gold piece and whistle, and when he looks, I'm going to flick him the gold piece.
He scrabbles at that in the air. He drops it and then scrabbles around on the floor for it, picks it up and just looks at it and then looks up at you.
They take it with my blessing, my friend. It looks like you need some help.
Please let me help you. You help me. Can I help you?
Well, you may be able to help me. I'm interested in the grave robbing that seems to be occurring over the last month, and we've been asked by the church to investigate it because obviously when someone's laid to rest it should be respected, and at the moment that's not happening, and we really don't know what or why this is going on. have you seen or heard anything that might help us at all?
There was this. Oh, one night there. Yes, that night. Yes, that night. There was a beautiful girl, dressed in white, wandering through the graveyard.
Describe the girl that I saw during my watch and see if it has the same sort of height and colour hair, and do they seem to be a close match?
It was dark, but she seemed to glow. The white. She glided through the graveyard.
I'm afraid, have you ever seen anything like that before?
She was beautiful.
I tell you what, I'll give you another gold piece on the understanding that you ask around amongst your friends, the people you know, just inquire quietly as to whether anyone knows anything about this for us, and then bring the information to me. And I'm staying at I am staying at Church of Morrow.
The Church of Morrow, yes.
And you can bring me...
the church in the city. I can't go there. I can't go there.
You could send a runner.
You come here.
Yeah, if you send a runner, I'll come to you.
Is for me.
Runner?
Send somebody to bring me a message. I will come back and meet you here.
Done.
Okay.
And he takes your gold piece and scarpers off into the darkness.
What's your name?
As he's scarpering off, he calls back, Egger.
Stay safe, Egger.
Egger.
Wow.
Egger, oi.
That's it.
Okay, so you guys have found the grave of Ham Hopless, and you have spoken to Egger.
Is there anything suspicious or fishy around the grave of Ham Hopless? Are there any footprint marks, or is there anything which is a bit out of place? Considering I know we're looking at a grave which has been robbed, but is there anything that stands out going, hold on, this is not right here?
Unfortunately, the quality of the ground and the time seems to have wiped away any evidence around the gravesite itself.
Is there a headstone for this man?
It's sort of a grave marker rather than a headstone. What's that for, Doc?
I don't know. I accidentally clicked on something. Bear with. Sorry.
Right, no worries.
But does it say when they died?
Let me see if I can figure it out. I don't think it does on this one. Bear with me, I'll have a quick scan.
After I've taken a few deep breaths in and obviously not investigated the space enormously well, I will open my eyes and proclaim, this, much like where we were 2 hours ago, is also a graveyard.
But you're right.
You can't find anything on the grave that says when the death occurred, no, or the burial occurred.
Can we tell if Ham was a male or a female?
You cannot, no.
Damn it.
So, we have found the graves of Silver and Monsamata, and we found Hopless.
I'm going to gather everyone together and say, I've been thinking about this, and
Hang on, guys, before you carry on, I do apologise. I have missed a name off of this Grave Robberies handout. There is another name. There's the Hopless and the Burkett family in the Eastern Boneyard. So there are two here. I do apologise.
Okay.
Can I look for this Burkett family grave?
Yeah, you can all have a look around, another investigate to see if you can find the Burkett family.
Pass.
So, as I was saying, having spoken with a fairly skittish individual called Egger, he said on the night that this happened, there was a beautiful woman walking through the graveyard, dressed in white. He seemed to glow. And that reminds me of when I spent that night on watch with Tok. And I don't know whether Tok saw it, but there was a beautiful woman dressed in white that entered the church. Didn't see her leave again.
Yeah, I thought Shay worked for the church. I swear I'd seen her before.
It's just, I mean, worth investigating, maybe?
It's the first link that we've had.
If we can find it, worth talking to.
I think at the end of the day,
Surely be back at the church.
we head back to the church at the end of this investigation period and then see if the father knows who this person could be and then maybe talk to them.
Is it a good idea to alert the father of it? Because if they work for the church, could it be the church that's doing it?
Then we still need to know why ask us to fix the problem if we can't fix the problem.
Fair point.
I reckon I like that. If we go back to the church and put another watch out, and if she comes back, then we can just go and see what she's saying, see what she's doing.
I agree with Tok. My tree's back at the church anyway.
Yeah.
It does mean we can get out of this really disgusting graveyard and go back to the night, right?
Yes,
I
you
am
can have,
with
you
you,
can have a
Dylan.
watch.
So it takes
Honey,
you.
you need to get used to getting your hands dirty.
It takes you another 36 minutes, exactly, to find the grave of Sen Burkett, Senn, Sen Burkett. Again, similar story to the first one. It's been dug up, it's not been repaired, and from there, there's the earth is churned up around it. There's not enough to find out any more information, but you have at least got the name.
Right.
Back to the church?
Back to the church.
Back to
Hopless.
the church.
Did you say something, Mark?
Yeah, Burkett and Hopless. So it's got to be on the way back. We see people ask. I'm going to ask them if the surnames Burkett and Hopless are well known. Whether they've got a particular link between them. Just sort of try and do it without being obvious, but be obvious.
So, a little point of note as you're heading back in from the Eastern Boneyard, the Gaddock family farm is near the eastern gate of the city, so you will be going nearby it on your way back into the city.
Before popping by.
If you wanted to pop by, yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to your tree soon. Don't worry, Solix.
So, Gaddock family farm.
I am getting quite. I drank quite a lot early on in the day.
Yeah, I saw that.
You are approaching this one from the south, from the bottom of the map.
How
Hello.
quaint.
Sorry, who was speaking?
I was reminded the farm looks quaint, but carry on, Em. I mean,
No, I'm now just study yelling, hello.
So, as you approach, there's a small farm near the eastern gate of the city. As you approach, you see a middle-aged man tending to the fields outside. He approaches you and introduces himself as Bern Gaddock, and the man of the house. This is my small farm. I've got a couple of barns, pen for some hogs. The farmhouse itself is unremarkable. There's nothing to note of the outside. It just looks like a farmhouse. He greets you. Where should we go? There we go.
What was his name again? Bern Gaddock.
Bern Gaddock, yes. Bern Gaddock. Gadock.
Wasn't the guy from the other graveyard a Gaddock?
No, you had
No,
a.
you're thinking of the coach driver was a Waddock, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It was. You're right. I have drunk a lot.
I am a genius.
Mr. Gaddock, I understand you've had a grave robbed recently. It must be quite a painful thing to have done. We're really sorry, but the church has asked us to look into this. We're here to try and find out what's going on. I'm sure you would like the person returned to you so that they can rest in peace again. Anything you could do or say that would help us is appreciated.
I mean, it was one night a week ago. Grandfather Hagger, Hagger, for those writing it down. His grave was dug up, and he we're distraught. If you want to have a look, I've cleaned up a little bit, but
Do the surnames Burkett and Hopless mean anything to you, or have any reference to your grandfather?
not that I can think of the top of my head. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more help.
Was
How
there
long
anything? Sorry, Helga.
It's okay, you can go.
Is there anything particularly special about your grandfather? I.e., was he a war hero? Was he well recognised in a particular field of study? Was there anything about him noteworthy, even if he was involved in one odd but particularly notorious event?
I remember he told us about the. I'm sure he was the. Let me just remind myself. I really should know this bit off the top of my head. What they call it.
Guys, it's a bit, which means we found something out.
Stop mattering.
Chris has to read.
I had to stifle in a laugh when Mark asked if he was outstanding in his field and standing on a farm. He's a scarecrow! He's outstanding in his field!
Oh dear.
That joke to hear. I've got no kids. God help me. Oh,
Yeah, he was. Was it the witch scandal from? The witch scandal from a decade ago.
How was he involved in a witch scandal?
I think he told us he was. Was he on the jury?
Ah, interesting. Maybe all of these people were on a jury.
She's a witch!
Did by any chance they find the person that they're in who's at the court case? Did they find him guilty?
It's a well-known story. There was a coven of witches that was uncovered. I don't know the details, but they were dealt with. You're the father at the church who sent you on this. He'll know more information about it.
Okay. Do we know if there's a court in the city or like a?
There is a courthouse. Yes, there is a courthouse.
Yeah, in centre.
I don't know whether we'd be able to get our hands on the records of that trial. Whether
Or if it's Solix is wandering up, having heard what's going on, and we'll say, "Bad business is witches. Bad business is witches. If this is witches, this is bad business.
If there was a trial, it would have been done by the church.
Yeah, because witches are like a religious thing, anti-religious, aren't they? They're
Yeah.
The fact that that woman was seen entering the church, that we don't know whether she may be linked to it. I think a lot of this maybe is either revenge or is linked to this in some way. I think we need to go back and ask the question of those surnames to the father.
Could it be that she was not laid to rest properly?
Or could it be
What,
she
the
had a
witch?
sister?
Yeah.
If she was a witch, then I'd highly doubt it.
yeah, they'd probably.
She's come back as a ghost.
If they didn't
Yeah,
get
they'd
all
have
of the coven,
What?
they didn't get all of the coven.
Yeah, there might
Possibly.
be a sisters because I don't know. Do witches live for a long time?
Well, witches be tripping.
Well, there will be if they walk over roots and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Or graves.
This is getting very spooky now, though, team.
It is.
This
The
isn't just
mystery wagon.
robbers, I thought it was. So
Mr.
What's
Galak,
the Scooby-Doo? Come in after you.
thank you for your help, and we hope to be able to return your grandfather to you at some point. If you can think of anything else, please contact the father and let us know.
Thank you for looking into it. Can I offer you a drink, just some water, before you head back into town?
I'm
Yeah,
alright, thank you.
That's very kind of you.
I'm good, thanks.
So
take
anybody who
water.
wishes to, you can have a drink of water, just a little refreshment, as you head back into town.
As we're walking back into town, I'll turn around and go. Do we need to go and investigate the courthouse to see if we can see if the other names match up?
I don't think there'll be a courthouse. I think it'll be church records.
Church
I think it'll
yes.
be church. With it being witches, I think it'll be church.
But let's
And
go
then-
back to the church.
Do we go and then blow the coven off these witches?
Oh, I think we start by asking for the history from the father of this particular event.
And find
Yeah.
out about that white woman.
And also, I think we need to ask for a bit more money off the bloody father. What's his face? Because I mean, it's all well and good investigating these things, but if he expects us to go and take out some witches, well, then we need more money off him.
Well,
Just
at
out
the
of
moment,
curiosity,
we're not getting
Can I-
any money. We're just getting a place to live.
A place to live.
can I ask this farmer about this longest night festival and what it entails?
He's outside.
Yeah.
I hear lots about it, but I've never been into town when it's on. I couldn't tell you much about it.
Okay.
Sorry. Wish I could be more help.
It's okay.
So do we, little friend. So we can head
say
back.
farm.
Head back to the church
Mhm.
because it must be getting on towards evening now.
Yeah, it's late afternoon. It's about dinner time.
Shall we go and have a word with Father Duplass?
Yeah.
Ish.
Dupont.
Dupont.
Sounds good.
How many different names are you going to give this father by the end of this campaign?
All of the names.
the one, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can think of one, it's getting given to him.
Let's go and talk to Father Douglas.
Let's go see Du Fromage.
Maybe I should have said by the end of this session. How many-
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you head back to the church. And you
And we're
you meet
all
up
still
with...
in it.
Say again?
We're all still in it neatly.
Yeah. Yeah, once you've dropped your token on the map, even if I take you off the map,
Look, there's two of me.
yeah, just click on one and hit delete. Done. So dinner time. You get back as dinner is being served. Father Dumas ushers you in. Please come. I hope you've had a fruitful day. Here is dinner is ready. Please fill your bellies.
Don't mind if I do. Have you got more of that pig skin that you make hot, or is that just breakfast?
I'm not sure what they've cooked up for dinner.
I've stopped listening to you, and I'm just eating stuff with my hands.
So please tell me, have you managed to make any headway? Have you found any leads?
Yeah.
I think we made a bit of something. We got a bit of. We need to ask you a bit. A few questions for yourself. What do you know about the? What's it called? The witch trial.
It was a witch trial, and it would have been a decade ago.
Yep. Let me find the page. Da-da-da.
What did it have a special name? Was there? Did it have a special, particular thing, or was it just the witch trials of the time?
Just a witch. She just
It was
said
the witch
witch,
trial.
Scandal.
witch scandal.
It was the witch scandal.
Scandal. That's it.
You uncovered a coven, and then it was dealt with.
Zelda stole my pencil, and I can't take notes anymore.
Oh,
using
the
Microsoft
dog stole my homework. Come on, Owen, you can do more original than that.
It's true.
So, yeah, you get back, and the father sort of begins to tell you about the Corvus Coven witchcraft trial from 10 years ago. Basically, one of the what's his name? One of the magistrates in the city uncovered a coven of witches that. Yeah, so they uncovered a coven of witches that they convinced the city were up to no good, when in fact they were actually they were a benevolent cult. I confess I know a little bit more about them than maybe I should do. But they started out as a very benevolent cult of witches, but the magistrate managed to convince everybody that they were evil and they were out to do harm to the city, and he had them all tried it was a large public execution. Not public execution, public trial.
What was his?
Say again.
What was his name?
So the magistrate was Ulfus Borlock, ULFASS, Borlock, BORLOCH, Ulfus Borlock. He was just before this. He was a sort of power-hungry but low-level magistrate. He very quickly rose to a prominent position. And at the height of this, he then uncovered this the witch coven, convinced the city that they were guilty of heinous acts, and they were put on trial, and then they were executed in a ceremony out in a place in the just north of the city, and then 4 of them were entombed there in the deepest part they could find in an existing underground network structure, and the head of the coven is actually entombed on site here
in this church.
in the graveyard of the church. Yes.
Right then.
Did you say
Right.
something, Mark?
Was she tall? Used to wear white a lot, by any chance?
Not specifically, no.
Can we have a look at this grave?
Yeah, where is his tomb?
He will take you out there after dinner. It is this one right here.
Huh.
Oh,
And that was the head.
That's the head witch of the coven. Yes.
Do we know if this Ulfus Warlock is still alive?
He is very much still alive. He is.
Is he still a prominent member of the hierarchy of the city?
He's about the second most powerful man in the city, behind the mayor.
ooh, we're not. We might
What's-
struggle to get to, but
Obviously, you. Forgive me, Father, for you don't. Do you speak to the townsfolk much?
I mean, I hold regular services. I speak through to the congregation, and they, people confide in me.
Okay, so what's the general public consensus of Mr. Warlock? Do people like him, or is he abhorrent?
He's most people won't speak ill of him because he seems to have ears everywhere. But the brave few who don't speak kindly of him. He's appears to be a bully. Will do anything to get his way.
Father, was there a jury involved in this? And if so, do you know the names, the family names of some of the people, or all of the people that?
There was a jury. I don't have the names to hand, but I can probably find them.
Can you go out for us, please?
Yeah. So he'll head back inside and look for some records, leaving you with the tomb. Which, if you look over, you can find the name on the tomb.
Yeah.
Is where is it? It's Lexaria Ciano. Let me find it in the book. I know how to say it ish, but I want to spell it for you. I just need to find it.
It's a very witchy name.
Come on, why can't I find it?
I've never made so many notes in D&D sessions.
So
I should just wish Mark will take them from me so I can just piggyback off him.
So well, the chat has been ribbing you guys for not taking notes, so it's nice to hear
Yeah.
that you have been.
I don't know what you're on about. Look at that. Notes, mate.
Nice. So
Yeah, I'm doing my...
Lexaria is Lexaria, and Cianor is Ciannor.
Ciann.
Do we know whether witches are born as witches, or are they like, I don't know, how do witches work?
In
they
the setting in general, so magic is. Let me think. Certain users of magic are born with it. It doesn't always develop straight away. There are multiple different ways in which magic work. Similar in normal D&D to where you've got wizards who learn it, sorcerers who are born with it, and whatnot. But there's also like different types of magic. There's warcasters, which have a lesser level of magic, but it's more consistent. But I think these would have been born with it.
I'm going to wander around her grave, the monument. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to look closely to see if there's any sign of disturbance, recent movement of stone.
Yeah.
Anything at all, really.
Okay.
Investigation?
Yeah, investigation. There is nothing. Nobody has been into this tomb. Nobody's been around it. At this point, Father Dumas comes back out with a few sheets of paper that he's found, some church records from the time. I found I think a record of the jurors. What did you want with it?
Just can you read the names?
The surnames.
We know there's a Hagar Gaddock on there.
There is indeed.
Was there a Sen Burkett?
Yes, there is.
Ham Hopless?
Yes,
Kel Silver?
yes,
Moira Monsanata?
yes.
They're hunting guild members, jury members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So we're
Jury members from the grave. What's the point in that? Are there any alive on that list?
All still buried.
Any jurors left alive?
Still buried.
Still
Still
available?
buried.
I'm guessing another two would be the Sunbright and the Fullett family.
Yes.
Yep.
So we
I'm
need
not
to
going to say
find,
we're geniuses, but we're geniuses.
we just need to find the graves of the people left on the list that haven't
So
been disturbed on our first list.
How many?
Yes.
It's a shame we're
How
no
many? How many of them was on the jury?
I don't know what's happening.
Just checking that for you, Emma.
Just nod. Smile and nod.
I throw Solix a couple of legs of whatever we're eating, or a couple of things.
No, there. You found the seven.
Seven
Names.
dug up. How
The
many
seven
was
dug
in the
up.
jury?
It was those 7.
So all 7 have been dug up.
Yes. Well, you're assuming. Yeah, you've made the logical connection, but you've not found out the first name of the Sunbright or the
Do we
Fullett.
need to if we know why they're being dug up?
I mean, that's up to you. You've made the jump. You've made the assumption. You could confirm it, but you, as you say, you might not have to.
So
Just out of interest to the father, this is. You don't know if witches. I know nothing about them. You don't know if they can bring the dead back to life at all.
Only the god can grant true resurrection. Only our Lord Morrow can grant
Wouldn't it
true
be
resurrection.
ironic if the dead were brought back to act as a jury in the trial of a man who committed perjury to get innocent witches murdered?
Could be.
are witches evil?
No,
These
people
ones were-
people are evil.
No, so Father at that comment, Father Dumas will sort of very quickly come to the defence of the convent. This witch convent, they weren't evil. They
weren't harming anyone. They
were
just
benevolent. They were
themselves.
using their abilities to help people.
Okay.
Borlock, he manipulated them, and I believe he blackmailed them and used their abilities to fasten his rise in the city, to his rise to power. And then when he what's the word? When he got where he wanted to go, and they were more of a threat than a use, that's when he exposed them, and in doing so, he cemented his reputation in the city.
Do we know if any of the covens still alive?
Yeah, I was going to say Tox in there scratching his head with one of his guns.
Unfortunately, not all 5 witches were rounded up.
So all the witches are dead. Do we know if there's anybody who is like a fan of these witches, like a follower, like I don't know,
Or a distant relative?
might want to get them back together?
Glint's going to take a jump at the end of that sentence and be like you, father, and risk it.
His face drops a little bit at both Helga saying relative and Glint saying and you, father. I must confess that Lexaria was my sister-in-law. Whilst I didn't I didn't have a whole lot to do with her. I knew her. I knew she was benevolent. I knew she was doing good, and her daughter Alexia, my niece, is my ward in the church now.
And does she tend to wear white dresses by any chance?
It seems like a strange question, but yes, I guess she does.
Ah. Is she
It's
around to
relevant.
talk to?
Why do you want to speak to her?
Because she's been sighted in the boneyard several times.
Hang on. So you're saying that my niece, who lives in this church with me, was sighted in the Eastern Boneyard just because you've seen a girl in white?
No, a woman that could be similar to, maybe even be, but certainly similar to her was seen, and I saw her a couple of nights ago walking around in the church, and it just
Last night.
seems strange. And it'd just be good to talk to her, see what her view of the world is. If she's
Aye.
got nothing to hide, you've asked us to sort this out.
Of
That's all
course,
we're trying to do.
of course I have. I'll have a chat with her, and yeah, I'll see about. I was hoping to keep her out of this because she was 7 at the time, and I've shielded her as best I can from repercussions and things, and I'd hate to bring it up and bring back that painful memory, but I will broach the subject with her carefully, and if she doesn't react too badly, I will see if I can get her to talk to you.
Maybe Helga could talk to her woman to woman.
I'll be down for that.
Can I? There's something that's.
After all, I've lost my mother to battle. So, death is no stranger to me.
Shared pain.
There's something it's not sitting right with me. What reason? So what gain would Ulfus Borlock have got by getting rid of the Witch's Coven? What was he to gain of that? If they were being helpful to people and being a benevolent coven,
Originally they were benevolent, and they tried to continue to be, and then Ulfus found out about them. He blackmailed them into more and more heinous acts to get him into power, and then unveiled these acts when they got him into power to cement his reputation. So by the time of the trial, they had done evil or heinous deeds, but under the influence and under the blackmail of Borlock. So yes, whilst the trial and the deeds that they did maybe did warrant the punishment they got, they would never have been in that position if he hadn't blackmailed them into it in the first place.
now your personal opinion, it's not going to go further than us lot here. Would the city be better off without Ulfus Borlock?
He looks around.
At that, Solix just cracks his knuckles quite loudly.
I mean, we're investigators, but we can also
Change that question. Is there any way to prove this blackmail? Any written
I
evidence?
sincerely doubt it, and if it is,
people
it'll
in
be
power
hidden
of ways of hiding stuff.
deep within
Yeah.
deep within the government, or deep within the town council. I severely doubt you'll have any way of getting hold of it.
So the current town at the moment, the lay of the lie on the town. So if for example, Mr. Ulfus and Tock's leaning on his gun here, finger on the trigger, like like that, resting on his gun.
Nice and
For a man-
sensible.
For a man who has got a lot of experience in guns, he's not very sensible. So, if, for example, something were to befall Mr. Borlock, would that make the town a better place? He didn't answer because you asked another question.
Again, he looks around at various people in the room, various servants, various staff, and not quite sure how to answer
Knock on the
it.
table twice if you think it would.
I'll tell you what, guys. We will call it there for this week. We are at midnight on the dot. With that question posed, we shall wait until next week to answer it.
Stream.
Thank
Love
you
doing
very much for everybody who has joined us. I'd like to take the chance now, just before we end the stream, to mention that Rob Walker, a nerdy regular, is just about to start, or if not, is starting a 24-hour charity stream playing D&D. I don't know if we can do a shout out for him to give a link in the chat. I don't know if we're following him and if we need to do that. His stream is Ready Tready Go on Twitch, but he's also got a. Did that work? Didn't appear to work. Nerdkind. Yeah, I just want to. It's not specifically family friendly. There's the language isn't as clean as ours, but for those that fancy it and want to head over that way, search for Ready Tready Go on Twitch or on Facebook, and I think they're.
And
on
he is
there.
raising money for great causes.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
so that's sort of charity. So
Yeah, so the charity is Special Effect UK, which creates bespoke gaming equipment to allow less able people to play the games that we can as best as they can.
yeah.
Can we raise?
If one of the mods can do that from where they are, then that's okay.
Jin, can you, if you're logged onto the new Twitch, can you raid? I don't know if we want to do that.
I think
He's not on yet.
He's not on yet.
It's not on anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
I know he starts at midnight, but we might be just before him. So, anybody who fancies it, go and look him up. I'm definitely going to be tuning in after for at least a bit, and I'll have him on tomorrow as well. So he's on from midnight tonight until midnight tomorrow. Great cause. And we will pick this up 8 o'clock next week.
Thank you so much, everyone.
No,
Thank you, my lovelies.
Thank you all for
It's
playing.
been
We've
A
got
pleasure.
awesome. We've got a link in the chat now. Jin's popped a link in the
Yeah.
chat.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Jin.
And we will see you all next week.
Can I just say before we go, thank you so much for joining in the chat and for doing everything and for being wonderful. And for anyone that's followed today, thank you so much. And the very last thing is to thank all of the mods for doing that today. You've really kept the chat going, so thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. So thank you all, amazing stuff.
Thank
Love
you all
you.
very much. Bye. I believe the stream has stopped. I clicked the button.
Okay. First of all, right, you give me an old-fast Borlock, and you want me to do nothing with that.
Yeah, that was that was. I saw your face when that came up, and it was absolutely amazing that you didn't get to use Borlock as a thing. First thing is that was amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. That was really, really, really good, and a really great introduction, and really hit the ground running, and a cool mystery and good fun, and lots of really great opportunities to do character stuff, which I think we all kind of got to do loads of different bits of, which was really, really good. So thank you.